Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. My guardian taught me everything I know and how to be strong, which caused his powers to transfer to me, and my powers continued to grow stronger as I grew older. I work hard every day to gain his acknowledgement and praise. The blonde grinned and bragged as Nova turned away from the teen, his arms crossed and pink dusting his cheeks. Riolu looked impressed with his comment before pleading to him. I'm sorry for attacking you earlier. I was still in shock and terrified after almost being captured. I need your help, Aura Guardian. My grandpa is in trouble. Those poachers took him alongside the other Pokemon from my village. He told me to run, but I wasn't strong enough to save him. He sacrificed himself for me. I'm so weak, the fight type said, bowing down in tears and pleading. Naruto smiled at what it said. I doubt a measly Riolu could travel for days without rest and deal with multiple opponents simultaneously and easily, Naruto said, gently patting the blue Pokemon's head. Anyone who can get back on their feet after learning their weaknesses is strong and admirable. The blonde said, patting Riolu's head again. The Riolu looked up surprisingly, wiping away his tears once more while still bowing his head in respect. I suppose you are correct. I have trained hard to protect and keep my grandpa safe, but I can't do this alone. Riolu said while griping firmly onto the pouch around his neck. Naruto seemed to think of a way to word his answer before he smiled, gently patting the emanation Pokemon's head. Riolu looked up, facing the teen, as Naruto wiped its tears away before answering. Well, I was already planning to help you from the start. You don't have to worry, we'll help. Also, you are among the most interesting Riolu I have ever encountered. How are you able to use your aura so well? I have been training since birth to protect my grandpa and my village while still getting strong. I evenly learned how to have better control of my aura. Riolu looked down at his paws while thinking deeply. It's okay if you don't fully understand, but when we reunite you with your grandpa, we have to have a battle. I'm really curious about how strong you are when pushed to the limit, the blonde teen said, smirking. Quickly coming to a decision, the Riolu accepted the challenge. Oh, by the way, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you, Riolu, nodding to the blue Pokemon. This was the first time it ever encountered an Aura Guardian, and it's heard so many rumors about how Aura Guardians were said to be as strong as legendaries if they were a master. Thank you for your help, and I accept your challenge when I reunite with my grandpa, Naruto. The emanation Pokemon said, wiping away the rest of its tears as Thor came back over to pat it on the back in comfort. Well, guys, I know what we're going to do today, time to kick butt and take names. The blonde's team cheered in unison. Phineas and Ferb take their. And I think this is a great opportunity for Toru and me to settle the score as well. What do you think, girl? Toru roared out her answer in a thunderous roar, slamming her tail down onto the ground and making the forest shake a bit. Hee, I thought so. The teen grinned, zipping up his jacket before wrapping his tattered cloak around his body. Hikari sat on her father's shoulder as the blonde recalled everyone on his team. Naruto, are you sure you're up to the task? Nova said. Yes, I trust myself and everyone here. I'm not going to run away. I never go back on my word. That's how I roll. Naruto nodded. I know you care more about others than you do myself. Nova shot the blonde with a stern look as he recalled his team. He was worried about the blonde jumping into danger once again. You know I can't just sit back and do nothing, Nova stated as the teen slid onto Toru's back. Hikari perched herself on his left shoulder once he clipped his tattered cloak around himself. As you once said, Nova, I won't learn anything if I don't try to do something about it alone. The teen grinned at the legendary while packing up the rest of his things to get ready to depart. Nova rubbed his brows, a headache coming on, knowing it was hard to change the blonde's mind once he stuck to something. Even though he knows his apprentice will do something stupid, he's still pleased with the teen's progress and beliefs. Nova, come on. I can't do this without you. He waved to the psychic type as he flew over to the teen, following the blonde's lead. This kid. No matter what he's doing, he won't give up. Thought to himself before sighing and recalling himself into its Pokeball. From up here in the sky, from the aerial view, it is clear that the land looks so tiny from up so high. The clouds moved constantly, flowing as sheets hundreds of feet apart, yet appearing one layer below. You alright, Riolu? The concerned voice of the blonde asked, passing by sheets of clouds. The blue Pokemon looked up briefly at the blonde, and Hikari looked back at him in worry because it was silent when they started traveling by air for a while. The blue Pokemon nodded but was still silent, not looking up from the clutched pouch within his paws. What's that pouch you always hold, Riolu? Hikari asked, spotting the baby Pokemon holding the small object in his paws before they took flight. Oh, this is a wooden doll my grandpa made, this is precious to me. I keep it everywhere I go, the blue Pokemon beamed, showing Hikari the small wooden Riolu doll as she looked at it in awe. I understand, I keep this cloak within my reach. This is one of my most prized possessions. He said, rubbing the rugged garb as he remembered how he received the cloak from Nova on his 9th birthday. Nova told him this cloak was infused with some of his powers, making this specialized garb fire, water, and ice-proof, and, technically, the cloak has the same special abilities as thick fat. No matter how many tears and rips this cloak has received, Naruto never replaced it. Naruto would sew the pieces back together even if there were a small hole in the fabric. I would never replace this, Naruto chuckled, feeling Nova's Master Ball shakes from his hip belt when hearing the blonde's brief statement. He continued to search the skies for an entire hour for any clue, already knowing that Pokemon Hunter J was traveling by airship, which the blonde saw in Riolu's mind, and he remembers when he rescued Toru when he was younger. The blonde knew he was pressed for time, so he had to devise a new strategy. I choose you. Kage and Chrome. Naruto cried. Out as loudly as he could, hurling his heavy and dark ball into the air. Both Pokeballs exploded in mid-air in a flash of white light, and a robotic Pokemon with teal, metallic skin and a dark purple, bipedal Pokemon with a roundish body burst out, ready to help. Hey, Kage, Chrome, can you two help search the skies to see if you can find a huge metallic ship? It may be hard to find since it sometimes turns invisible. If you see anything, just use your telepathy to call me. I should be able to pinpoint your location if you pulsate your aura, understood? Both Pokemon saluted and nodded obediently as they flew in the air, flying away in different directions. Well, now, we just wait until one of them calls back, and then we'll proceed to locate Hunter J's ship, Naruto said. Then she turned to Hikari as she clutched his shoulder in worry. Hikari, I want you to search too, but make sure you stay invisible the entire time. I don't want those freaks trying to catch you, too, so please be careful. Hikari nodded, hugging her father figure before vanishing from view, surprising Riolu in the process. Naruto channeled his aura, trying to feel any rapid foreign objects within a 5-mile radius, before he shut his eyes, channeling his aura connection linking to Hikari, Kage, and Chrome's mind. Have you guys found anything yet? He waited for a few seconds until he got a reply. No, not yet, Daddy, Hikari thought discouraged. No, nothing on my end either, the steel type stated dejectedly. I think I see some strange people in a black vehicle, people stationed west, 7 miles past your exact location. The ghost whispered, spying on the people dressed in black within the dimness of the tree line. What are they doing, Kage? Did something happen? The blonde channeled his aura connection, linking it to Kage's mind, sight sharing, the teen seeing what Kage is seeing. Naruto spotted a crowd of men packing a black Humvee full of strongboxes, but what alarmed the blonde was the boxes of Pokeballs loaded into the truck, too. Kage, I'm going to need you to distract one of these men away from his party. Can you do it? Naruto swore he could feel Kage's grin in his mind. Do you really have to ask, Naruto? Naruto smiled. I guess I don't, but please, no soul sking, okay? We don't need another incident like the other time, do we? The blonde said in a pointed voice. Of course. I won't make the same mistake. The grinning ghost said with crossed fingers, behind his large body, knowing his trainer couldn't see him. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Great. Immediately commence with the distraction as soon as the others get to your location, so we can easily get on the airship with no problems and deal with those assholes. With that, he ended the connection, telling Hikari and Chrome to meet with Kage at his location. Naruto moved his legs forward on either side of the dragon's powerfully muscled body as Toru briskly took off ahead toward the blonde's command. The blonde arrived just as one of the grunts stayed back as the others from his group went off to restock more of their supplies by the black vans. Naruto observed Kage with his aura before he nodded, signaling Kage to start. A Cheshire grin appeared on the shadow Pokemon's face, his now glowing red eyes shined, giving him a more sinister look as it snickered back into the darkness. Kage broke some branches loudly next to the grunt to get his attention. The grunt panicky looked behind him quickly from the noise from the tree he was standing next to before he went to investigate the noise. The ghost type was ready as he floated up into the air, opening its giant mouth while snapping his glowing crimson eyes open. The grunt halts as an ominous violet-red aura surrounds him. The lanky man begins to tremble as he feels pain course through his entire body. It was silent for a few minutes until a soundless scream broke out from the dense underbrush before the grunt suddenly appeared again, seemingly walking forward crouched, drunkenly, trying to straighten up and walk on two legs. Hey, Murray, you, okay? What the hell are you doing? We got to get back to the ship, so stop playing around. One of the two grunts called out, seeing their coworker get up from the ground. Murray swiftly got up, brushing himself off and displaying a big smile with slanted eyes. I'm alright. Just had to take a quick leak and fell on a tree limb. These forests are really thick. I know, but the boss wants the rest of the Pokemon we captured cleaned up from that poor but village we ransacked. We better hurry up back to the ship. We still have to look for that missing Riolu, too. Miss J was really said it got away, too. The two grunts converse, not noticing the enraged teen behind them. Naruto sneaked silently behind the two unexpected men. When he was directly behind the grunt's back, Naruto jumped up, hitting them both with an aura-charged chop to the back of their necks, making them crash lifeless to the ground in a heap. Naruto tied them both up with some of the rope in his backpack before confiscating all of the men's pokeballs and possessions and storing them in his bag. The young Uzumaki anonymously alerted the authorities from his X-transceiver of his specific coordinates to arrest them. Good job, Kage. The blonde nodded at the now possessed grunt, giving his trainer a sharp military salute, still grinning with mischief in his glowing, eerie, slanted red eyes. The teen hurriedly returned both Toru and Chrome. Riolu followed behind, leaving Hikari and Thor out before running around the random Humvees parked in the shade. The blonde checked every vehicle thoroughly. Come on, there has to be one at least here. The blonde's team, Riolu, and the possessed grunt wondered what the teen was searching so heavily for before the teen silently cheered, seeing a pair of keys still inside the ignition of one of the more geared-up Humvees. With an evil smirk on his face he turned to the other, nodding toward the geared-up black tank truck. The forest was pleasantly quiet. That was until, in no time, a huge black metallic truck flew down airborne from the grove. The car spun, wheels trailing smoke, around the bend. The hood to the top of the car flutters down violently in the wind. The black Humvee moved so quickly and noisily that Riolu wondered if the hood might break away from the truck. Hikari was having a blast as she rolled down the tinted windows to get a better view. She poked her head out the window, relishing the speediness. DMN it, Naruto, who taught you how to drive? Nova screamed within his pokeball. Big sis Cynthia did. Duh. The blonde casually shrugged his shoulders like it was no big deal. That actually explains a lot. Nova yelled at the blonde, feeling a bit queasy inside the master ball from the relentless turns the blonde made while avoiding numerous trees. More swearing for Nova filled the teen's thoughts, but Naruto ignored it. Look, there it is. Naruto slowly pressed on the brakes as the van passed by a unique aircraft parked within a massive iron barn, shrink it down, and you could call it a fairly basic shed. Yet, on the scale, it was one of steel and grit. The blonde parked by the airship's back rim, evading anyone's sight. "Now, how are we going to get in?" Riolu questioned. The blonde looked over to the main entrance of the plane, spotting more people dressed in black boarding the aircraft. "Hold on, I have an idea," the blonde said with a mischievous grin, looking toward the ship. While the men in black gear were carrying more cargo inside the airship, they suddenly noticed one of their associates trailing behind a blonde youth bound by some rope, looking defeated with his head down. "Hey, I caught this kid getting too close to the base. He knows some information about the village and that missing Riolu," Murikage said curtly. "Great work, we can integrate him when we get up and running to our next location in Embret Town. Put him in the holding cell with the others on board," one of the grunts said, patting Murikage on the shoulder. One of the grunts with green hair by the main entryway led the two inside down the elevator to the basement level of the ship. Naruto peered up from his golden bangs, observing and noting everything they passed by and how many levels they had to go down from the main entrance. When making it down to the holding cell, Naruto noticed a group of people already within the cell. When the metal door came closer, the grunt with green hair intentionally pushed the blonde inside, nearly making him trip over his 2 feet. Naruto glared furiously at the green-haired BSTRD who had the nerve to snatch his backpack away and laughed at the teen as the door closed behind him loudly, the heavy chunk of metal bolts sliding closed. The green-haired BSTRD continued to cackle like an idiot, not noticing Murray, cutting his red eyes at the laughing moron with leering eyes ready to kill this stupid meat sack from touching his trainer. Murikage hastily observed the blonde as he shook his head. "Not yet, wait on my signal." Murikage nodded in rejection as he pulled down the black cape on his head, covering more of his face, following the other grunts outside the cell calling for him as they strolled further ahead. The sliding doors shut tight. Naruto noticed several security cameras as soon as he entered the ship, but he could tell there were some blind spots he could avoid without being noticed by the main monitor. "Are you okay, young man?" Naruto turned, spotting a man with messy silver hair, as was the untidy green-collared shirt he wore under a white apron. His eyes were so heavily lidded and weighed down with wrinkled folds that it was almost like talking to someone asleep, yet he was pretty alert. "Oh, I'm fine. Are you okay, older man?" "You don't look too good," Naruto hurriedly up to the weakened older man still on the floor. He looked like a scarecrow more than a man, and all lopsided at that. As the blonde nears, his heart falls right through his sneakers. The elder's left eye is swollen. I bet he can't see something out of that and won't for a while yet. His face still bears congealed blood, no wonder his clothes are an utter mess. "My name is Naruto. I'm here to help you all get out of here," he said gently as he stooped next to the older gentleman. There were already a pair of ladies around the beaten elder trying their best to bandage him up, but they could only do as much as they could without the proper tools. One of the people informed the blonde that Jay tortured the older man, calling it interrogation for information on the Riolu whereabouts he was raising. Still, the older man kept information about how he developed in this state for his friend and the village. Naruto scowled in fury, noting Jay's cruel methods of getting what she sought. Abruptly the elder started coughing, coming thick and fast, as if the oxygen had been sucked from the air around him. Naruto cursed as he felt his breath catch in his throat at the sight, as the old breathing became irregular. Naruto told the individuals that he knew basic first aid, but they had to trust him. They all parted, making room for the blonde, not at all detecting the soothing green glimmer from his fingertips. Naruto slid closer as, his hands began to glow a faint blue-green as he held them over the older man's chest. It looked like the blonde was doing chest compressions, soothing the elder's erratic coughing. The blonde took deep, shaky breaths to calm himself, his eyes determined and unblinking as he watched the elder's movements. It seemed so slow to him, but eventually, his erratic heartbeat calmed before finally stopping. "Come on, old man." His breathing seemed to level out, but the teen still didn't like seeing all the bruises and welts covering the elder's frail physique. "DMN it. I'm not the best at this. I can't fully heal punctured ribs by myself. Nova could do it if only we had made it here sooner, but it's been too long. The blonde thought, blaming himself for his faults. It took all his self-control not to lash out and blow up this entire ship. Focus, Naruto. Nova hissed in his mind, his anger and unease almost overwhelming him. Naruto then got up from his kneeling position, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, his mind felt clearer. He should be okay for now, but we must get him to a hospital as fast as possible. I did the best I could for now. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Naruto, was it? I'm afraid that there is nothing we can do. We don't have our Pokemon, and the guards will hear. We should wait here for help. Officer Jenny already knows we are missing, one of the other individuals in the prison cell said in a distressed voice. Hey, it is easier to do something than to worry about it. I have my ways, just have a little faith in me, would you? The teen said while staring at the camera facing the cell. The blonde puts his right hand towards his mouth, putting his index finger and pointer finger together before blowing lightly toward the video camera. In everyone's amazement, they watched the blonde teen breathe out, and silvery clouds of crystals appeared, inflicting the small device. Not soon, in seconds, tiny icicles hugged the black frame, freezing the video camera completely. There, that should do it. It shows us in the same position since the camera is frozen solid. Naruto approached the doorway, holding them in before taking a deep breath. He brought his right fist up to his face and charged it with an incredible amount of aura. He brought his arm back before moving it forward. This caused the door to break off its hinges and fly directly to one of the grunts running inside after hearing the loud noise, instantly knocking him out. We better get moving. The blonde regarded back to the group of people he freed with their mouths wide open, seeing the young teen standing there as if freezing something with just his breath is nothing and him blasting a steel door off its hinges like it was a twig. He saw the shocked looks register on their faces before he could hide it. A small smile played on his lips. Can we keep this a secret between us, right? Everyone nodded quickly before getting up off the floor to leave. Naruto gathered everyone in a single file line while he closed his eyes, channeling his aura connection and linking it to Kage's mind. It's show time, Kage. Naruto waited for a few seconds until he got a quick reply back. I'll release the other Pokemon, but you all must evacuate before I can do that. Naruto used the card key as it flicked the doors open. The blonde looked down the entrance, making sure it was clear. Naruto looked back while noting one of the taller men helping in carrying, the older man on his back since he could not walk because of the heavy injuries he sustained. Naruto cursed in his head, knowing they could not move as quickly because that would cause more injury to the elder. Hey, what are you doing here? A cluster of grunts passing by roaming the halls. Naruto didn't even bother to listen to the man's statement as he looked at the geared-up bulky men before he thought, pathetic. Naruto flapped over the group of bulky men before sweep-kicking a gaggle of them away from the group he was guiding. The teen ducked down, evading one of the bulkiest grunts after one of them attempted to grab the blonde from behind. Naruto low-kicked the grunt, knocking him down, then sent him in the air with a spinning kick. His kick connected, and the largest grunt fell unconscious against the walls. Naruto raised his left arm and opened his hand, causing his hand to glow blue as the grunts and a light blue aura surrounded them. What the hell? I can't move. What's going on? Naruto looked into each of their faces before he said, I have no time to deal with scum like you. He closed his fist, causing the rest of them to collide with one another. He then raised his fist slightly as they rose with his fist and brought it down, where they were brought down with stunning speed that knocked them unconscious as they aimed in pain. That felt great, the blonde beamed, stretching his arms as his eyes rolled over to the grunts and scattered bodies sprayed over the floor, but that wasn't what grabbed his attention. Naruto snatched a red-colored key badge, which one of the grunts was carrying. The teen slid the card into his pocket before he noticed Kage running down the hall carrying his bag hurriedly, but stopped when he saw the horde of piled-up bodies everywhere in the hall. Do I even want to ask? The ghost type cut his eyes and looked over to his trainer suspiciously. The villagers were still stunned by Naruto's speed and strength of overpowering men 3 times your size. I don't think you do. The blonde shrugged, pleased carefreely. Some of the civilians were still frightened, thinking Murikage was one of the guards trying to capture them. Naruto reassured every Murikage he was on their side to help. Kage separated his soul from Muri after the ghost type didn't need the useless meat sack anymore. Kage chuckled as Muri was left on the floor with foam coming from his mouth and a blank, dazed, dead look in his eyes. They left Muri there half dead. Poor Muri, he was somewhat useful. LOL. Naruto led the party over to one of the storage rooms close to an open-air vent connected to the outside of the airship bay. As Kage opened the air vent, a blue shadow darted out. Everyone was surprised to see Riolu pop out, but Naruto clarified that Riolu helped them find the correct air vent they needed to escape safely outside using its aura while the teen was pretending to be captured. Little one, why are you here? It's dangerous, the older man who was being carried because of heavy injuries said gently in a cracked voice. The baby Pokemon cried as it quickly jumped into the arms of the older man in happiness and sadness. Naruto's mind soon clicked. This must be Kyle, Riolu's trainer he was trying to save so severely. I am okay now, I messed up too. Little one, Kyle shushed it as it rubbed Riolu's back affectionately, calming it down as it cried seeing the older man injured so badly. In their embrace, the world stopped still on its axis. There was no time, no wind, and no rain. Riolu's mind was at peace. He felt his body press in, soft and warm. Finally, he was home. So cute. Hikari pooped out of her ball, nuzzling up to her adopted father, clutching his shoulder worriedly as the blonde consoled her. Naruto had to recall her before he entered the ship. The happiness was infectious as everyone watched the duo hugging tightly and crying softly. Soon, the party had to separate as the ship started to rock. They all heard the intercom say about taking off in 20 minutes and to be ready. Naruto and Kage helped get them inside the air vents as quickly as possible. Naruto soon could hear the hum of the rotors and the engines starting up. Let us pick up the pace a bit, the blonde said, lifting a small child before tossing them to Murikage, who was in the vent's opening, pulling the two up as they followed the group to safety. Riolu jumped down by the blonde, saying it wanted to help save his friends, and silently whispered to the blonde it was also getting payback for what they did to his grandpa. Naruto nodded, understanding Riolu's choice by reassuring Kyle he would protect Riolu with everything he had. Kyle finally agreed, trusting the blonde with his friend as they hurriedly through the ventilation system. I'll be fine, you ensure they get off this ship safely. Kage nodded obediently without saying a word as the air vent slid closed behind him. The metallic door behind the blonde almost immediately slid open as a greenhard grunt walked in on his cell phone, looking like he was trying to skip out from doing any work. But I was taken aback by seeing the blonde teenager he had thrown in prison earlier and the Riolu they were supposed to capture. Hey, how did you get out of the holding cell? The grunt shouted, about to call back up, but never got the chance as he squealed when he was snatched roughly around the collar where he was face to face with a scowling Naruto. Did Jay already transport any Pokemon to anyone in that village? Tell me. Naruto shook the grunt as he demanded an answer. The green-haired grunt just sneered evilly at him. I'll never tell you a thing, and even if I did, it wouldn't matter, they would have probably arrived at their supposed place soon. Naruto snarled and brought his head back before slamming his against the grunt's face, which caused his nose to break with an audible crack. Ayahawa. My beautiful nose. Naruto shook him more before striking him across the face, silencing the loud grunt. Shut the F up. Tell me what you know now, or else your nose isn't the only thing I'll be breaking. The grunt stared boldly at Naruto, shaking him. Never. The grunt scowled back. I was hoping you would say that. Naruto smirked evilly with an aura around him that made him slightly scared to say no to him. For a couple of minutes, all that could be heard from the area was girlish man shrieks of terror and agony. 15 minutes later. Naruto looked at the gory heap of the Pokemon poacher with an aggravated expression. At the same time, Riolu stood straighter and hooded obediently without saying a word. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he dusted off his hands, not paying any mind to Riolu's sudden mood shift. Naruto is scary when he's set off. I wish I had more information on the specific location this client is sending the captured Pokemon, he sighed. You will have to figure that out later when you have time to spare, Nova said as the airship was already en route to their following location. Naruto proceeded to the location using his aura alone of the still-trapped Pokemon. Riolu trails behind, sticking close to the blonde without missing a beat. Naruto raced urgently while trailing down the hall, evading all the undetectable security cameras. Naruto used the card key he swiped as it opened the doors to the room that had the trapped Pokemon. All the Pokemon were frozen like statues inside glass cases. This reminds me of when Toru was captured too, the blonde thought in a fury before rapidly getting to work, freeing all the glass containers holding the Pokemon inside. Riolu and Hikari helped in opening all the containers as well. An ear-splitting alarm went off in the control chamber, indicating something was happening in the containment room. Jay tapped a few keys, getting a visual of what was happening. Then, a scream from deep within forced its way from the slim woman's mouth as the crew looked back fearfully at their boss's seething face. Jay furiously slammed down her fist as her long purple collared jacket weaved in the air. As she shouted out, she was going to handle the situation herself. Her red heels clicked in frustration as she called out a red arachnid Pokemon that resembled a spider. It has purple eyes, a pair of white mandibles, and a white horn on its forehead. Around its abdomen are 2 black stripes, 2 black spots, and a yellow spinneret on its rear. The spots and spinneret together form a pattern similar to a face. Ariados, stop that kid, the long-legged Pokemon hurried down the hall quickly, leaving its webs behind to trap its prey. There, that should be everyone. Naruto nodded as the group of Pokemon stood before him, confused and afraid. A few rare baby Pokemon are in the bunch, such as Chingling, Smoochum, Togepi, Igglybuff, Mime Jr., and Cleffa. Okay, relax, everyone. We'll get you back to your trainer safely, trust me. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex and walked over to a bipedal, humanoid Pokemon whose body resembled a flowing gown. Most of its body is white, but its hair, arms, and the underside of its gown are green. Its hair curls over its face and down the sides of its head. Behind its red eyes are short spikes resembling a masquerade mask. Gardevoir, embrace Pokemon. Gardevoir has the psychokinetic power to distort the dimensions and create a small black hole. This Pokemon will try to protect its trainer even at the risk of its own life. Abilities, synchronize. This Gardevoir is female and registered to Kelly. Hey, Gardevoir, I need your help, okay? The bipedal fairy was somewhat stunned. The blonde human could communicate with her in her mind but locked eyes with the blonde as she paid attention to his every word, nodding timidly. Now, I need you to diligently locate your home and return to your trainer you love dearly. Close your eyes and imagine you are back safe in your village. I'll even help you. Take a deep breath and focus on going back. Once you lock onto your trainer, use teleport with everything you have. Gardevoir nodded, trying to focus on her trainer. The blonde also shut his eyes, lifting his palm, and giving the dual type a slight boost to teleport a large group. Out of nowhere, numerous strings of white sticky threads shot all around, one after another. Eventually, the strings make a web within the room. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex as he tried calming the frightened Pokemon around him. Ariados, long-legged Pokemon. Ariados's feet are tipped with tiny, hooked claws that enable it to scuttle on ceilings and vertical walls. This Pokemon constricts the foe with thin and strong silk webbing. Abilities, Sniper. This Ariados is female and registered to J. The blonde cursed, of course it's hers as Ariados released a spray of multiple purple darts from its mouth at the group, making them scatter away. No, it's trying to separate the group. Naruto frantically thought, trying to bring everyone back together as Gardevoir was still building up more of her energy. The Igglybuff and Cleffa toddled away in fright into the further corner of the room. The long-legged Pokemon glared at the baby as red and black energy streaks came out of its face. It then releases red and black energy from its, as the energy morphs into a scary face, frightening the Pokemon group even more. The babies were crying in terror, huddled up together in the corner, too afraid to come out. The giant spider crosses its legs above its head, and its hands and pincers glow purple. A purple X then appears in front of its crossed arms, and it opens its hands, firing the X at the baby Pokemon. Naruto grunted in frustration at not being fast enough to make it over to them in time. Naruto gasped when Riolu appeared in front of the crying Igglybuff and Cleffa before the bug type finished charging its attack. A bright orange flame already surrounds Riolu's foot, kicking the Ariados in the face, stopping the Pokemon from completing its move in time. The tiny fighting type wasn't finished there, though. Riolu pushed the giant spider back with a lightning-coated fist, knocking it out. I hate all spider Pokemon, so this was justified. Whoa, that is one well-bred Riolu. I've never seen a Riolu learning Blaze Kick before, the blonde thought to himself in an amazed voice as the other Pokemon cheered for Riolu's heroic bravery in saving the baby Pokemon in danger. Everyone gets closer to Gardevoir, she's going to use Teleport to take everyone home. The group of Pokemon either held on to the tall fairy type or hung on to each other for dear life. Time's up now, children, go Drapion. Jay's voice shouted, calling out a large, purple, scorpion-like Pokemon. Its eyes are a pointed shape, with blue-colored upper portions. Drapion has two small, pointed protrusions between its eyes and one on the back of its head. Drapion also has protrusions on its jaws, 2 on the upper and 3 on the lower, with significant, fawn-like, white-colored features extending from its mouth. Its body comprises many violet to lavender body segments, which end with a tail with 2 stingers. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex quickly as Jay recalled back her Ariados. Drapion, Ogre Scorp Pokemon, it has the power in its clawed arms to make a scrap of a car. The tips of its claws release poison. Its body is encased in a sturdy shell. Its head rotates 180 degrees, eliminating blind spots. Abilities, Battle Armor Keen Eye. This Drapion is male and registered to J. Naruto scked his teeth, aggravated, already knowing Drapion is an overly aggressive Pokemon, attacking anything that enters its territory. Drapion has a sturdy build and takes pride in its strength, being able to take down foes even without the use of its deadly toxin. Now, use Pin Missile, separate them. Drapion moves its claws forward and shot white streams of pins at the group of Pokemon surrounding Gardevoir but was stopped as a blue blur slid forward, ducking under all the raining white missiles as Riolu's heel struck the purple scorpion in the shins. The dark type roared in pain as it bent over in agony. Drapion, get a hold of yourself and use Fire Fang, she ordered as it righted itself in before getting back on its feet again. With blazing fangs, the Ogre Scorp Pokemon rushed toward the Gardevoir, intending to hinder his target. Had not an orange-reddish shadow hadn't collided with the dark type, knocking it back. What? Jay shouted, confused, even the dark scorpion stopped in surprise before being tackled by a tiny mythical Pokemon that materialized from thin air only seen in legends. Hikari glared as she hovered mid-air, tiny arms spread out, protecting the pack of frightened Pokemon. That's my girl, Naruto nodded at her proudly to protect others from harm. Not at all upset, she revealed herself to the enemy. I have to give you my thanks by bringing back RX-1 and a mythical Pokemon that will make me millions. Jay chuckled greedily. Use X-Scissor, now. Drapion turns its head 180 degrees with its claws glowing light green. Let's set up the playing field. Hikari use Will-O-Wisp. Hikari raised its tri-pronged fingers into the air and blazed 6 mystical fireballs to life, which she then launched at her newfound opponent. Drapion stepped back, distracted, and avoiding the ball of flames. Use Incinerate Hikari. Naruto shouted with his grin in place while a beam of orange, yellow, red, and black fire erupted from Hikari's throat and rushed down toward the surprised Drapion for a split second. Follow up with Shadow Ball. Drapion barely reacted in time, though. A ball made from shadows was thrown into the heart of the flames and forced the dark type back. The shadow ball continued to fly at Drapion, only for it to miss by a hair when the tiny fire type flew to the left as Drapion irritably tried grabbing at the victory Pokemon with its pincers. Still, Hikari danced away from his grasp at the last second. Forget that flying fur ball for now, just get those village Pokemon. Use Dark Pulse. Drapion's eyes glowed red, redirecting his maw as an orb of his dark energy in the form of a ray toward Naruto and the group as Gardevoir continued to try and focus her psychic powers. Riolu's eyes shone light blue momentarily as it raced forward, dodging the opponent's dark beam and ducking out of harm's way. When it was close enough, Riolu put its paws together, and a blue ball of energy appeared in between them. Riolu then fires its aura sphere at Drapion, causing a shockwave and making Jay shield her eyes from the blinding light from the attack. Before Drapion even reacted, though, Riolu rushed forward, grabbed the dark type by the sides of its pincers, pulled back one of its fists, which were surrounded by swirling energy that changed from white to light blue, and then punched the giant spider Pokemon, freezing it solid completely. Gardevoir shouted out as it was ready, her whole body glowed white, gathering enough psychic energy. Gardevoir now. Naruto shouts toward the dual-type Pokemon. The Embrace Pokemon body glows multicolored and becomes outlined in light blue, washing over the others as they all disappear together, leaving just Naruto, Riolu, and Hikari behind. No! Get back here! Jay's shouting violence in the air, she raised her voice as the Pokemon vanished from her sight, her muscles tensed, and her teeth ground in frustration recalling Drapion. Well, I guess you just lost your future investment, that's too bad, the blonde teased back with a grin, winding her up like this was too easy, but to be honest. You. Salamence, go kill that blonde brat. Fire Blast. In a flash, a quadrupedal, draconic Pokemon with a long, tapering tail. It is primarily blue with a gray lower jaw and thickly scaled underside. The dragon roars its head back as it shoots out a stream of flames at the blonde teen. Jay was satisfied as she set the annoying blonde alight, letting him burn in a ring of fire. Is that all you and your pissy baby lizard got? A bright shadowy figure shouted triumphantly through the sea of flames. Toru, show that I lick her a real fire blast. Naruto demanded with great authority as Toru flashed out of her friend Ball with a thunderous roar with fire spewing from her jaws. The green-scaled dragoness shot out flames in the shape of the kanji for fire right at Jay's Salamence at point blank. Jay's Salamence was hit back with force making it skid back across the ship, making the whole airship rock. UDMNBSTRD, she looked back, seeing her Salamence getting back up while it shook itself off from the previous attack. Oh please, I heard worse, you crazy beach. You had this coming to you. It would help if you had better security. Breaking in was too easy. Hunter Jay was not aware of the teen intrusion on board her ship, but she wasn't going to let this cocky child know that. You defiantly made an enemy out of me, she said in rage as her Salamence came up behind her, snarling. Oh, I'm so scared, in a mocking comical way with his hands on his hips. Use flamethrower, now. Jay shouted as she pushed down her black visors to cover her face. Toru, continue back-to-back shadow claws, with his grin in place. At the same time, Jay's Salamence shot jets of flames erupting from its throat, rushing towards Naruto before Toru reacted in time with a claw made from shadows as it slashed the attack into the heart of the flames and forcing the attack to subside. The shadow claw continued to fly through the flames at Jay's Salamence, only for it to miss by a hair when the enemy dragon type flew mid-air to the left giving Toru time to press the advantage and fly up quickly to the Pokemon above him, and with a demented glare. Rock Tomb, Salamence. The blue dragon created a red orb of energy between its maw, throwing it into the air. The orb of energy then expands and solidifies into multiple large boulders that fall down onto Toru. The power from the falling rocks lands right on Toru's left flank. Toru grunted in pain from the super effective attack, and she started to fall out of the air for a second before catching herself. It's turn up the heat. Toru, time for a strong dragon claw. Naruto shouted up to his Pokemon, and with a smirk, Toru's claws both gained a large green aura around them with 3 aura claws sticking out of the aura. Jay's Salamence glared as she shouted out for Dragon Claw as well, and the two flew at each other. Before Toru struck first, Salamence followed up. The claw of Salamence landed right in Toru's chest, but instead of getting the wind knocked from her, Toru tanked through the blow and slashed Jay's Salamence right in the face with a powerful blow that sent the blue dragon type flying back, making it crash into a couple walls into the control room, making the entire aircrew panic as they tried to get control of the aircraft once more but was unsuccessful. "Well, I think that it's my cue to head out," the blonde said as Hikari hopped on his shoulder, getting comfortable while picking up Riolu in his arms. "I'll be sure to tear you limb from limb if you ever cross my path, you brat." Jay hissed as she ran back to her subordinates. "Ha, I bet, smell ya later. You old hag," the blonde flipped off the fuming Pokemon poacher before hitting a side panel under his feet, making him freefall from the floor of the ship. "I hate hearing that insult, smell ya later, so I had to do it." Naruto grabbed onto both Hikari and Riolu tightly as the wild wind whipped his blonde locks about his face, and he sucked in a deep breath as he brought his toes to the edge. As gravity took him fiercely toward the forest floor below, he struggled to claim any of the air that rushed into his lungs. Then, he flopped onto a large, scaly surface as he felt the whirl of color settle into the familiar sight of dense mountains and trees, only now they were far more significant. Toru started flapping her wings as she stirred up a hefty gust to maintain balance, quickly catching the blonde from the deadly free fall. The young Uzumaki balanced himself while ensuring Hikari and Riolu were okay before he looked back and saw the invisible, flying object covered in smoke, failing around as it crashed into a dense mountain valley. The blonde then inhaled deeply before he laughed to himself as Toru looked back at her master as he pumped his fists up, exhilarated from the rush. The shiny dragoness shrugged off her master's weird behavior like it was normal. "Let's head back to the others. I bet everyone's waiting for us." Riolu and Hikari nodded in unison, excited to head back. The teen kicked his legs forward on either side of the dragon's powerful frame as Toru rapidly glided ahead from the blonde's commands towards the village. "I hope so they can never be found." The blonde's eye flashed red briefly as he steered Toru west. Naruto smiled as he looked to his right, seeing happy trainers and Pokemon crying tears of joy and hugging, who seemed equally delighted to see them again. Riolu was crying in happiness as it was wheeling away on Kyle's lap to his home, out of harm's way. The townsfolk thanked him many times, while Naruto kept saying it was fine. He told Officer Jenny and a group of investigators what happened and how he dealt with the men, leaving out the part of brutally torturing one of them and how he used his powers. They then returned to the city, where they met up with Officer Jenny, who took the poacher into custody while saluting the blonde for his great work. "I'm glad that you all are back, safe." The teen nodded. Hikari also smiled in happiness. Kelly and Gardevoir stopped hugging each other briefly to smile sadly at Naruto. "Well, we're missing one more Pokemon, but without your help, we wouldn't have been able to save any," she said as Naruto's smile dropped before he could ask which Pokemon had been taken. Kelly pointed over to a group of children crying into their mother's arms and skits bawling. Silvervale Village was, in fact, a part of the luxurious Lucario Kingdom in the Sinnoh region. This particular settlement specifically breeds and trains only exceptional Riolus from birth until they evolve, where it will serve as the kingdom's new guardian. But this information is not disclosed anywhere since tourists would ruin this peaceful place, and demanding entities would do anything to kidnap and steal this village's secrets for themselves. The blonde ponders Jay's last attack. How did Jay even find this place? It's not even on the map. The blonde was in deep thought, but the conversation between Officer Jenny and an older man with a long beard caught his attention. Officer Jenny bowed low, informing the village elder that They had lost the connection correlated with Jay's previous client's location. The Silvervale village elder and chief named Edward thanked her and the other officers before they left, saying they would continue searching for those missing Pokemon. What Pokemon did Jay take before I got here? Was it still on the ship? The blonde looked back worriedly but calmed down when a shaky, wrinkled hand stopped him as he shook his head. Edward is a very older man with much white hair, a long white beard, and flowing purple robes. This Pokemon, unfortunately, disappeared an entire week before Jay and her poacher even came to our village, the old man clarified. This Pokemon was hard to describe. It was semi-translucent and encircled with several white, star-shaped markings with wavy tentacles. Still, its body was beautiful, like it was made of various types of glass. He patted his white beard, trying to remember. We didn't know the name of this Pokemon, but we just kept calling it Moon since it just showed up one night on a full moon. The mysterious Pokemon was very friendly towards the children and loved to play, so we welcomed Moon with open arms into our little village, but since it disappeared, the children have been quite upset from its disappearance, you see, Kelly sadly chimed in with Gardevoir at her side. Don't worry, Naruto, I bet it'll return on its own. We still like to thank you with a grand feast for all the help you have given us. Edward nodded in gratitude as everyone cheered in agreement. It was no problem as long as you are happy, he grinned, scratching the back of his head nervously, but they were happy with how the day ended. Naruto stayed at a cozy inn within the village for a few days before hearing heartbreaking news washed over the town. Kyle Riolu's, the grandpa trainer who raised him, was not doing well. Kyle's injuries were more severe from Jay and her crew as they interrogated him of Riolu's whereabouts. Jay's and her band of crooks were cruel and brutal, not caring about the older man's frail body and age. The blonde paid a visit to the older man and Riolu that morning. Naruto has his arms crossed as his long bangs cover his face, hiding his expression while looking on as one of the village head doctors helps Kyle take his medicine. The doctor wore that face he always did when the news wasn't good as she checked the heart monitor once again before sitting by the senior's bedside. The older man had that look about him, the look of a well-lived life, one where love took a front-row seat in the challenging and good times. Kyle, have you thought about moving to a bigger hospital? I don't think I can fully treat you here, we must try at least. The female doctor asked as she gently removed the spoon from his lips. I appreciate you for coming to see me again, Mai. You said I'm as strong as a toro's, last checkup, he chuckled, flexing his arms in a jolly manner, trying to crack a joke in this gloomy situation. The doctor shook her head with the tiniest of smiles. A cup can only spill over if there's something in it, and it's slow, you've got a while. Thanks for telling me straight, but you know I won't be able to even make the trip because of these shaky legs of mine, he brightly smiled, not at all bitter from the truth. Hikari slumped down from the blonde's shoulder as she tried to hide her tears. Mai quietly bowed to Kyle, saying she would start preparing dinner as she opened the door for Riolu to come in. Kyle beamed as Riolu paraded in with a big glass of water and a straw, in glee at just being in the same room as Kyle. The older man patted Riolu as it was basing in delight. Outside the dim light room, Naruto asks Mai if Riolu knows the truth behind Kyle's condition, and Mai replies that she can sense it does. Naruto asks permission to stay the night to hang out with the pair. Kyle and Riolu joyfully agreed to have the blonde over for dinner, as it was filled with nothing but smiles and merriment. Later that night, Naruto was jolted awake by Hikari. She whispered something was wrong as she heard Kyle going into a raging coughing fit. Hikari, quick, get Dr. Mai next door. The teen shouted as the mythical Pokemon flashed away, getting the female doctor briskly. As the female doctor instructed the blonde to do if this ever happened on his watch, Naruto quickly worked doing chest compressions. The blonde promptly applied his basic first aid training to the older man. Despite the pressure he applied, the blood pool darkened, and the stain on his pajamas spread from his nape to his stomach. Riolu was by the blonde's side, crying in panic as they saw his only family member deadly bleeding at sickening speed. Come on, Kyle, DMN it. The teen pushed down again as the older man's coughing fit seemed to calm down a bit. Mai rushed in with Hikari by her side. The doctor's big bag was open as she inspected Kyle with expert eyes. Mai informed Naruto he saved the older man's life from his constant chest compressions, but she did not know if they would be lucky next time as they saw Riola lying by Kyle's side as the heart monitor beeping slowly within the room, hoping for a better day tomorrow. Kyle called Naruto inside his room the following day as Riolu, Thor, and Hikari returned to play before breakfast. Kyle thanked the blonde for saving his life. Naruto waved off his praise, only glad he was still with them. Kyle slowly reached out toward the curtain by his bedside and drew it aside firmly. The light flooded in, bathing her in its warm golds, revealing to her the colors it had brought to the world beyond his windowpane. It felt like my lungs weren't there as I tried to bring air in. I could feel my muscles straining and the thoughts in my head turn from fear to a dizzy confusion. Naruto did not know if the older man was speaking to himself or the blonde as the boy sat beside him in a peaceful silence by his bedside. "Naruto, can you do me a huge favor?" he spoke in soft coughs. "Of course, anything." The blonde got up, tilting over to hear him better. "Can you take care of Riolu for me, please? I think I could only trust you to care for him to bring out his hidden potential." Kyle speaks. Naruto knows it's him speaking, but the elder's voice is all wrong, like he's speaking while being choked. "Hey, old man, what are you saying?" Kyle shook his head gently, not explaining further, but smiled, telling the teen to call on a few people over for him. The blonde immediately heeded the older man's order to collect specific individuals the elder said to retrieve. At that moment, everyone gathered, knowing they were saying goodbye. The village elder Edward and Mai locked eyes with the blonde. Naruto felt his face crack into the look he'd seen a few times, which point of no return. I saw Riolu rubbing its small head onto the elder's stomach, crying its eyes out. The blonde could see Kyle's hair tumbled over his face, so Dr. Mai swept it back, feeling the coldness of his skin, before pulling away. Kyle smiled so briefly before her breathing became a noisy rattle. Then he was gone. That's how he departed. He lay on his bed with a soft smile still on his face, peaceful and lifeless as everyone still-hearted. Only the flat line sound blaring from the heart monitor and Riolu's howling could be heard from within the bedroom. Don't blame me. I bawled my eyes out writing this whole scene. Rays of early morning sunshine brightened the sky as dawn broke out over the village. The weather has been so warm recently, the air so velvety on the skin. Clouds drift by on the most relaxed of breezes. The blonde sat alone, holding Hikari as she lay asleep on his lap. They sat by the hillside as the village homes were stamped in the broad valley as if placed by some careful collector. The funeral passed by a couple of days ago as everyone came together to send older man Kyle off. It was sweet sorrow, for in those moments of raw pain, when it feels as if the loving self screams in silent anguish, there are the memories of the good times that come as a blossoming spring meadow. Naruto ran his hand through his long locks 3 times in quick succession as he could spot Riolu again sitting by the neat-kept grass, one tombstone identical to its peers. Yet Kyle's name was etched upon it and spoke straight to blonde's hearts. Naruto gently cradled Hikari without jostling her as he walked up quietly to gain Riolu's attention, offering it a pechabiri, but Riolu sharply turned away, refusing to eat. The blonde sighed, putting the berry in his back pocket before pulling the small wooden Riolu figurine from his cloak pocket. He explains to Riolu that he would want you to eat as he returns the figurine to a pull-string bag and places it around Riolu's neck. As the baby Pokemon teared up, following the blonde quietly. As they cross the small river, Naruto tells Riolu that Kyle wants him to come with him so it can grow before returning to the Lucario Kingdom, where it will serve as the kingdom's new guardian. But I will not force you to go if you do not want to, if that is what you choose. The emanation looked down as it approached the nearby river, taking out the wooden figurine it held preciously between his paws. Then, Naruto experiences a sudden vision of the same house where Riolu received the same wooden figurine from Kyle. The vision abruptly stopped as the teen approached Riolu and gently patted its head, giving it time to think about the offer and getting stronger. A few days passed, and no one saw the hide or hair of Riolu in the village. Naruto and a few villagers were worried, thinking Riolu was kidnapped once again. With a few individuals, the blonde volunteered to search for the tiny fighting type before the search party was railed up. Everyone spotted the emanation march forward down the hillside before it stood at the edge of the valley, pointing at Naruto out within the crowd in a challenging demeanor as it gazed back at the blonde blue eyes as it told of a lifetime of struggle that had never been put into words. There is something about that gaze of his Naruto never found in another Pokemon, as if their souls have made a bridge in that moment. I finally get it, now I can hear your heart clearly. Okay, I will give you one if you want to battle that badly. Naruto declared with a smirk, pulling his quick ball from his belt with a grin and tossing it into the air in a flash. Thor came out ready. The electric Pokemon flexed as it grinned, locking eyes with his new pal. Riolu nodded back, removing its purple pouch safely before getting into a battle stance. Edward looked over at Riolu with an eyebrow raised. It didn't take a genius to see that both trainer and Pokemon were in sync when it came to this idea. The vast crowd stepped back, giving them some room. I see, Riolu wanted to test Naruto from a battle for the right to catch it, having decided that it didn't want Naruto thinking it was weak and pitying him. This will be interesting. He nodded as he scratched his long white beard, awaiting the results of this match. Other than the noise of the distant clotheslines flapping in the near gale, the wind covered all traces of sound from the thunder rolling in. Neither side was flinching from the raging rainy winds. Riolu took a step forward, taking off in a full-out sprint ahead. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now. Thor, thunder punch now, he ordered. The electric type engulfed its fists in a raging storm of electricity and made a mad dash toward Riolu. Bolting from his position, Riolu ducked under a downward swing and hit his target's chest dead center. Elekid doubled over the impact. Unfortunately, the yellow Pokemon stood his ground and grabbed hold of Riolu by its arms. Lightning expelled from his fur as he prepared to electrocute his opponent. You are not getting away, Elekid. Use shock wave. The spark plug screeched furiously as he shot a jagged wave of electricity, its somewhat uncontrolled patterns shocking Riolu as it screeched in pain. Follow up with dynamic punch. Thor's fists become surrounded by a bluish-white aura as he punches Riolu repeatedly. Riolu fought back with chilling blows from Riolu's ice punches while also gaining the advantage in height. Both Pokemon exchange blows fiercely. Riolu's body became outlined in orange. It put up its arms, blocking the repeated assault, and dug its heels in the dirt before releasing the built-up energy, sending the spark plug flying back from the collision, twice the initial power from Riolu's counter. Before Thor could react, the emanation Pokemon jumped up as its paw became surrounded by yellow-orange sparks. It karate chops Thor from above with the side of its arm. Thor staggered unconsciously, giving his opponent their window of opportunity. Riolu's paws turn light blue, and it strikes Thor with it, releasing a burst of blue energy from it on contact. Thor stumbled back under the force of impact several feet, looking worse for wear. It has Brick Break and Force Pam, studying his opponent before seeing Thor breathing hard. Thor, are you okay? The yellow plug gave the blonde a thumbs up as he weakly responded. Naruto felt a bead of sweat trail down his face, feeling Riolu had had more battle experience than Thor, but they were not giving up now. Come on, Thor, use Thunderbolt. Thor raged, swinging its arms as his signature attack sparks blitzed from his body while Riolu charged an orb of aura energy. Both fired their respective moves. The specters watched in awe as both attacks fought for dominance. You can do it, Thor. The yellow spark plus continued swinging its arms, increased his electrical output, and forced the aura sphere back a few inches, slamming Thor to the ground, canceling his assault and creating a dust cloud. Thor! Naruto shouted as the yellow Pokemon slumped over with purple bruises forming from both his arms as he tried stopping the aura sphere by sheer brute force. Naruto looked worried and looked at his companion, who had taken severe damage during the battle. It was only natural for a trainer to worry for his Pokemon as it seemed like it was on its last leg. Naruto used his Aura Link to connect to Thor as soon as the blue orb connected. The blonde saw Thor using one of his free hands to create a yellow hexagon barrier, sponging some of the blasts. Thor knelt down, trying to catch their breath again as they looked down in anguish. Without delay, Riolu took a chance as it raced forward, its fists clutched while keeping an eye on the rising electric type. He froze before the blonde could counterattack. Everyone close enough could see what was happening. Thor's body was glowing a crystal blue color, which began to grow in size. The glow soon popped, revealing an entirely new Pokemon, a slightly humanoid Pokemon with a few feline traits. 2 long tufts of fur grew on top of its head and 2 large fangs in its upper jaw. It is covered in yellow fur with many black stripes. Its body grew more extensive, with a lightning bolt-shaped stripe on its chest, a V-shaped stripe on its forehead, and many rings around its long tail. He's evolving dash, someone in the crowd muttered in astonishment. Bringing a smile to his face, Naruto brought out his Pokédex. Electabuzz, electric Pokemon. When a storm arrives, gangs of this Pokemon compete with each other to scale heights likely to be stricken by lightning bolts. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. Abilities: Static Vital Spirit. This Electabuzz is male and registered to Naruto. An Electabuzz, huh, muttered Naruto, smirking and putting his dex away as Thor turned around to face the blonde with a cocky fanged smirk as it flexed its now broadened muscular arms in pride. Alright, then, Riolu, round 2, the blonde-haired boy grinned, getting Thor's attention as it flexed its muscles and cracked its knuckles, signifying its combat readiness. Now, Thor, Thunder Punch, he ordered. As lightning discharged from its fur, the newly evolved Electabuzz gave an intimidating roar. It slammed both knuckles together, engulfing both fists in a raging storm of electricity and making a mad dash toward the still shocked fighting type. Riolu's eyes widened for a split second before it shone light blue for a moment. As it dodged, giving it the overall speed of a second boost, Riolu could evade the quick jab. Using Detect. Don't let up, Thor, use Fire Punch. Naruto exclaimed. Thor circled back around FSTNG his palm, as the yellow tiger engulfed his clenched hand on fire. This got odd reactions from the audience as a non-fighting type Pokemon is rarely seen using such moves. With quick reaction, Thor nailed Riolu's left side, forcing him off course, spiraling across the ground. Now, Thunderbolt. Thor gave a primal roar. The yellow cat fired huge waves of high-voltage lighting at his target and discharged a lightning bolt, causing Riolu to screech out in pain as bolt after bolt coursed through his body. The dust made from the explosion was lifted into the air. The dust cloud dispersed, allowing them to see the downed fighting type Pokemon. Riolu had swirled eyes and was slightly burned with static scorch marks. He rummaged his side pouch for a specific capsule that caught his eye. The top is blue with 2 red accents, and the bottom is white. He pressed the center button, causing it to grow. Great Ball, go. Naruto tossed it. The ball shot a multicolored beam and absorbed the Riolu into the capsule. It shook 3 suspenseful times before it finally clicked. Naruto beamed as he ran and picked up his new family member. The crowd spent no time sending cheers and applause for the winners. Thor grinned and laughed childishly as he performed various victory poses for the crowd. As it landed on its feet, Naruto swiftly let the emanation Pokemon out of its capsule as the teen knelt, placing a comforting hand on Riolu's shoulder as it held the blonde blue gaze. Welcome to the team, Levi. Naruto grinned as Riolu returned with an amused smile. Both could feel the adrenaline pumping through their veins as their battle raged on, and as much as they'd enjoyed it, it had to end at some point. Naruto stood back as the crowd watching flocked over to congratulate Riolu, newly named Levi, while complimenting its strength and power. Riolu's eyes snapped open seeing a blurred image of Kyle nodding his head in approval. Remember the dream from last night? Riolu stood in a white void and sees Kyle in front of it, prompting it to run up to Kyle but was unable to catch up as Kyle drifts away into the distance. He was waking up unable to find Kyle gone. The tiny fighting type looked again, seeing the image of Kyle vanishing as it passed the gathering crowd, glancing at the tree his trainer liked to rest on and finally withering as the final leaf fell off the dying tree. Looking up at the bare tree, Riolu realizes that Kyle is actually gone as it tries to wipe away unshed tears. Footsteps shuffled behind him, but Riolu didn't flinch at the familiar feel of Naruto's aura as he silently knelt beside him. He gave the purple pouch back to Levi only to get caught in its aura communication. Riolu thanked him for returning its prized possession before the blonde pulled the aura Pokemon in for a soft embrace. There was something so warm that felt right and smelt right to the Pokemon. Riolu let his body sag, his muscles become loose. Naruto gave him the respect of an equal but cradled him like a cherished child. In that embrace, Riolu felt the teen gently brush its ears as its tears silently fell onto his black cloak. Naruto loomed behind Levi as they stood in front of Kyle's grave. He gave the aura Pokemon a moment as he bent down to lay some flowers they picked on the way there. He watched Levi press his paw against the cold headstone and bow his head for a few moments before settling by his side. The tombstone was of white rock. The tombstone marked the passing of one who'd been so beloved and left behind the kind of legacy that made the world a better place. He, too, wished the elder a silent thank you as he thought of the man. Staring at Riolu's small form beside him, he fervently prayed a silent line of gratitude for protecting the baby Pokemon. He was pulled out of his thoughts when Levi glanced up at him solemnly. Naruto gave it a gentle smile. He'd be proud of you, he heard himself say. Its crimson eyes moved back towards the grave as Naruto stepped forward, resting his palm on Kyle's grave, his demeanor serious once more. I will never betray your faith, old man Kyle. Thank you. The teen stepped back as Levi looked on as it accepted what happened to his family member and trainer in moving on, but always remembered those precious memories, still clutching onto the purple pouch wrapped around its neck tightly. I promise. We'll be back to visit again. Naruto shivered when a soft gust of wind blew through the clearing and sang its songs to stir emotions, letting it bring the sweet memories of times gone and hopes for a promising future ahead. 2 weeks later. Naruto looked up at the sky to see the sun setting over the horizon. It looked past supper time, and they gave the townsfolk a sad smile. I'm really sorry, everyone, but I must start heading to the next town. Everyone was shocked and sad before they returned to normal, but with an understanding look in all their eyes. We all know you have your own adventure to go on, but your leave saddens us, Edward said, patting down his long beard. Naruto frowned a little as he saw how depressed the townsfolk were before he gave a smile. Hey, don't be sad. This isn't the last time you'll see me. I promise I will visit you all when I have the time, and it's not like you're alone, right? You have each other, don't you? Edward stepped forward and patted Levi's eyes closed in bliss. The elder smiled at the baby Pokemon, remembering when it had hatched and grown up, before stepping back as it looked back. He was startled as Edward nodded, accepting his decision to leave off on his own journey to see the world. Remember, you both have a home here always. The map of wrinkles on his face told of the most incredible journey. His eyes told of laughter, warm smiles, and affection. Naruto and Levi nodded in sync. Some of the folks wiped their eyes and looked at Naruto and Levi with happiness and no trace of sadness at all. That's right. We have each other, but you promised to visit? Kelly asked hopefully as Gardevoir stood by her side. Of course, I promised to visit, and if there's one thing about me that you need to know, then Naruto Uzumaki will never break his promises, believe it. Everyone heard this and giggled at how cute it was. Despite being embarrassed about saying his verbal tics, Naruto was happy that the villagers were happy before he turned around so that his back was facing them. He waved behind him as he left, cheering, and waving by until he disappeared from her view. The village rippled as it disappeared on the horizon like a mirage. As the trio got far from Silvervale Village, Nova released itself as Levi looked up in astonishment, seeing the powerful aura of the legendary Pokemon. Naruto patted Levi on the head as the boy continued. This is my master and guardian, Nova. Go on, introduce yourself. The genetic Pokemon nodded his head and then talked in a monotone voice. Half the time, I feel like a babysitter, cleaning up after your messes. Naruto stepped forward, embarrassed, as Levi and Hikari laughed. While Nova's face was expressionless, the blonde grumbled back with crossed arms, continuing to walk ahead away from the powerful legendary as it followed on behind. "Hey, Papa, I saved it!" Hikari shouted excitedly, pointing from her father's shoulder. "Huh, saved what?" The blonde stopped walking, looking at her in confusion. "Look," the victory Pokemon points to a small hillside on the right side of the foliage. The blonde looked ahead, spotting a metallic black vehicle just sitting in broad daylight on a hill not too far from where the village was located. "Wow, I wonder if Officer Jenny ignored this thing or if she even knew this was here." Nova and Levi's sweat dropped comically. "How cares? Great work, Hikari. We're traveling out of here in style," as the blonde hopped in a while, fastening Levi and his seatbelt, turning on the ignition, and bringing the Humvee to life. Nova popped out of its ball, ending up in the back seat with a panicked expression. Hikari was adjusting the mirrors in excitement. "Now Naruto, now let's start, SLOOWWWW." The young Uzumaki stepped on the gas and floored it. The car skidded around the corner and sped off in the distance. Gas, gas, left. More swearing filled the back. Naruto grinned, ignoring it as Hikari laughed and leaned over to fiddle with the radio, finding a catch-pop song to listen to. She bobbed her head to the beat as the car swerved wildly. Right. Swerve. Brake. The blonde yanked the steering wheel. Tires screamed in agony, smoke and burnt rubber filling the cabin. "Hold on, hold on, hold on." Nova Chant screamed, hoping Naruto heard it. Levi cried, "What have I got myself into?" Hoping the blonde listens to the genetic Pokemon. He looked over his shoulder instead. Holy Foo Dash. The fighting type spots a bright yellow sign passing by a construction sign about an unfinished bridge project ahead. Nova and Levi yelled at the crazy teen's recklessness as the car flew off the end of the unfinished bridge into thin air. Hikari and Naruto cackled like maniacs loudly from the trill. Unknown area. Did it arrive, Fu? Yes, it arrived on time, Danzo-sama. In a basement-like area with the only light from the ceiling, one kneeling as they faced the other sitting in a throne-like chair. A large, black Pokemon that resembles a mud statue with two stubby legs. Along the circumference of its head are many round, pink eye-like structures alternating with yellow studs or beak-like protrusions between each eye. The mud doll levitated ominously after being thrown close to its trainer. One was a young man with auburn-colored hair and amber eyes. He wore a short, black jacket with red straps on the shoulders like all elite members of Root, which most likely shows allegiance to the organization. He also wore a short red kimono under the jacket with a black sash, a pair of black gloves, dark-colored pants, and regular sandals with straps that looked like it was possible to run in. The other was a frail, older man who had a cane on his person as he sat down. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. He wore a white shirt with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it, covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe concealed his right arm, which was bandaged if one looked closely. These were Fu Kurai and Danzo Shimura. Danzo smirked as he looked at the statue in the glass case that resembled jellyfish tentacles, giving it a vaguely humanoid shape. Several tentacles meshed together, forming the appearance of a cape or long hair, while four shorter tentacles resemble shorter hair and arms. Two long tentacles make up the legs of the human shape. Soon, my plans will come to fruition, and the world will be in the palm of my hands. Sunlight streamed through the leaves above, creating bright S of light that illuminated every gap. Where it met the forest floor and the lake's surface, the splashes of waves at the land's edge merged with a perfect reflection. The blonde teenager smirked as he faced off against his teammates. Naruto sat on a rock in the middle of a lake, wearing black swim trunks with an orange line running down both sides. His team gathered joyfully on the shoreline, along with some others circling around him. He swiftly flipped away to dodge the hydro pump that Tessa sent his way, countering with a kick aimed at her as he avoided a water pulse from aim that was aimed at his back. The playful assaults continued until Naruto worked up a sweat, while Aim and Tessa swam around him, trying to knock him off the rock while also evading his relentless attacks. This unconventional training method had the two water types running low on energy. Good job today, you two. We're heading to Shalar City next, and we should arrive before lunchtime, Naruto grinned, as Tessa swam up to him and playfully liked him, nudging him slightly off the rock with an eye smile. He wiped off the drool and chuckled at his oversized Pokemon as she rubbed her massive body against him, clearly seeking more chin scratches. Great-ow, Tessa rumbled, while Aim hopped onto a floating tree trunk near the shoreline to rest. Naruto nodded and settled back down on the rock that had been both his resting and training spot, positioned right in the middle of the lake beneath a citrus berry tree. He knocked against the tree a few times, causing citrus berries to drop, and tossed some to Tessa and Aim, who eagerly caught them while he munched on one of the remaining berries. Looking up toward the shoreline, he saw his other Pokemon having a great time relaxing as he enjoyed his snack. Just then, he heard rustling behind him and turned around to see Mars, Saber, and Chrome carrying an assortment of fruits and berries toward the group. They climbed out of the lake, eager to enjoy a nice snack. Naruto noticed Neon trailing behind, delicately picking her way through the vegetation toward them. The others cheered as she approached, the shiny Pokemon proudly dragging a cluster of oran berries in her mouth as if she were showcasing a trophy. A smile involuntarily curled the corners of Naruto's mouth. After everyone finished their lunch, the teen quickly recalled his team into their respective Pokeball and packed up his campsite, placing all his items back into his bag. He then activated a gigantic holographic display of the entire Kalos map on his wristwatch. Alright, time to hit the road. Hikari glided over and happily landed on his shoulder, getting comfortable as they prepared to set off. Naruto walked at his own pace along the winding forest path, with Hikari perched on his shoulder. Various forest Pokemon, along with a few fletchlings and taillows, watched from the shadows of the upper branches and behind tree trunks as the duo wandered past. After some time, Naruto spotted a directional sign indicating that Reflection Cave was to the south and Route 12 to the east. His attention was drawn to three individuals engaged in conversation at the split in the road. Noticing the trio, Naruto chose to walk past them, ignoring their banter as he did so he simply didn't care. "Hey, Naruto," called an incredulous, high-pitched voice, causing the Uzumaki to cringe. He turned to see the infamous Ino, Shika, Cho trio. The blonde just nodded and continued on his way. "Are you heading toward Reflection Cave too? Do you want to tag along?" "We're going the same way," Choji suggested, pulling out a bag of chips from his pack. "Nah, I'm good," Naruto replied, giving them an uninterested look as he carried on down the trail. However, they followed him without his consent. Choji chewed loudly on a handful of chips as Ino babbled on like she was the prom queen of the world, while the sound of Choji's chip bag rattled around. Naruto felt irritation rising in him. "Okay, I give." "Why the hell are you three clowns following me?" he finally asked. "You just happen to be walking in front. Why don't you make yourself useful and help us?" Ino started, but was interrupted by Choji and Shikamaru. "Why don't you help yourself? You're uglier than an Alolan Persian," Naruto shot back before walking away without waiting for a reply. His comment made both Choji and Shikamaru snicker in the background. Ino, on the other hand, turned red with humiliation and stomped forward heatedly. "Listen, you!" Ino snapped angrily, reaching out to snatch Naruto's black cloak. "You should help us, or else I'll..." "Or else what?" Naruto threatened in a menacing voice. Ino flinched, instinctively taking a step back, intimidated by his fierce gaze. It was a look she had never seen from him before, even in their childhood. Shikamaru, with his usual lazy demeanor, stepped in front of Naruto to defuse the situation. He scolded Ino, pushing her back from Naruto. "Apologize, Ino," he said sternly. Ino muttered a soft "sorry" before huffing and turning away, her cheeks puffed in frustration. "Troublesome." Shikamaru sighed as he put his hands in his pockets, looking up at Naruto with crossed arms, annoyance visible on his face. The other teens fell silent, allowing Shikamaru to handle the conversation. He was known for being smart and skillful in these situations. Well, she's not wrong about one thing. Look, Naruto, we didn't mean to intrude. We were hoping to tag along until we made it out of the cave. A couple of days ago, we heard strange rumors from some trainers about a really strong Pokemon that attacks both Pokemon and trainers inside the cave. We noticed you and hoped you could help us, okay? We all know you're a more skilled trainer, and we were hoping to tag along with you. What do you say? We'll even pay you for helping us out. Shikamaru pulled out his dark green Pokenav, and a loud "what" could be heard from Ino's direction. Both boys frowned at her as she grumbled before pulling out her light purple Pokenav, and Choji followed suit. I don't need your money, Naruto said in an irritated voice as he looked away and patted the mythical Pokemon as it went back into Naruto's black cloak. The Nara sighed, what a drag. He thought that the Uzumaki wasn't going to budge easily, but then he had a quick idea before the Uzumaki walked away. Hold on, I got this added to my purchases for free from the marketplace we passed by in Lumio City, Shikamaru said, shuffling through his bag. He pulled out a yellow, cube-shaped object. I know you have an Elekid, and I don't really have any use for this, so it's quite troublesome to keep carrying it around. Will you think again about helping us, please? An electrolyzer? I could use that for Thor later on. The blonde teen thought for a moment before agreeing. All right then. Just until we reach the end, he said as Shikamaru handed him the yellow cube. Choji and Ino walked over, both out of breath. Before they could continue, a flash of light emerged from Choji's bag, revealing the Pokemon inside. It was a small, horizon blue proboscis Pokemon with large, floppy ears that it used to fan itself. The ears had 2 red pads on each one, along with another pad on the bridge of its short trunk. Phanpy had a single nail on each of its 4 feet and a short tail. Not again. Get that little menace back in her ball, Choji. Ino yelled, clearly annoyed as she pointed to the baby Pokemon, which was stretching energetically and ready to play. The little elephant dodged the red beams of light from the Pokeball, playfully scampering over to Naruto, thrilled to see a new face. Completely ignoring Choji's commands and any social cues, the long-nosed Pokemon happily tugged on Naruto's long cloak, seeking his attention. A Phanpy? Naruto asked curiously, bending down to the little Pokemon's level while retrieving his Pokédex from his bag. Phanpy, long-nosed Pokemon, this small trunk is sensitive, yet strong. It can send a person flying with an affectionate, playful bump of its snout. The trunk is also strong enough to shatter any arm bones it hits. Additionally, this little Pokemon is easily capable of carrying an adult human on its back. Abilities, Pickup. This Phanpy is female and registered to Choji Akimichi. I'm really sorry. She's still really young, and I just got her a few days ago, so she's been very restless. Choji's nervous rambling was interrupted as Naruto rubbed the right side of Phanpy's floppy ears. The little elephant immediately melted into the blonde's arms, completely engrossed in the amazing ear scratches. The trio looked at Naruto in amazement, having never seen the tiny elephant so quiet and composed before. The kneeling blonde beckoned the Akimichi closer to him. Choji quietly walked up behind Naruto and peered over his shoulder, a sparkle of curiosity in his eyes. He stopped eating, wide-eyed, as he watched the scene unfold. Choji observed Naruto with a mix of nervousness and determination, waiting for an evaluation from the more experienced teen. His gulp was practically deafening in the silence as he felt Naruto's obscured gaze narrowing in thought. After what seemed like an eternity, Naruto turned to the chubby teen beside him. Well, I can see her trunk and ears are healthy, he said, getting up and looking between the plump boy and his Phanpy as he pocketed his Pokédex. I'm actually planning to do Pokemon contests instead of gym battles, Choji beamed at the praise from Naruto. But because she's young, she will often play with their trainers by charging into them. The force of her impacts can be strong enough to shatter any arm bones she hits, and she will knock things around with her trunk for fun quite often. The trio cringed at this bit of information. If you're trying to showcase her appeal, you should definitely display her strength with her trunk if you want better results. You have to remember that these Pokemon can lift over 150 pounds, with their trunks alone, Naruto explained, turning to Choji once again. Also, do your research about your own Pokemon. Knowing their characteristics and behaviors should be basic knowledge. It says something about you as a trainer. Choji's shoulders drooped, and Shikamaru walked up, giving the boy a comforting pat on the shoulder. Thanks, I'll remember that next time, Choji nodded, taking in Naruto's advice to heart. Oh, we met up with Kiba, Shino, and Hinata a little while ago. We spent a couple of days with them while walking by Lumio City. They said they'd seen you, so we were wondering when we'd catch up with you, Shikamaru added as Choji hurriedly returned Fanpy to her ball and took out a new bag of chips. Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side, so? Is that why all three of you are traveling together? Before we left the village, there was a rule about new trainers and rookies going off alone. Therefore, we had to travel in groups of 3 until we gained more experience. Shikamaru is the only one among us doing gym challenges, and he has 1 badge right now, Choji clarified while stuffing more chips into his mouth. Our parents advised us to travel together, and I'm not in any rush to get every badge, so I'm taking my time, Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders lazily. That's why Ino got so salty about not being on Sasuke's team, Choji specified, which earned a heavy glare from the blonde girl herself as she stomped ahead in a bad mood. Naruto briefly thought he had dodged a bullet by leaving the village when he did. Thank Arceus. At least all my Pokemon are better than that billboard browse. Ino stated arrogantly, likely imagining Sakura with her hands on her hips in victory because she got to be on Sasuke's team. The blonde looked away, not at all interested in that news, but paused when he heard the last bit of information from the lazy teen. I also heard Hinata is doing contests and participating in her first contest in Shalar City, Shikamaru replied, fiddling with his ear. Naruto was surprised by this information. If it's to support Hinata in her first contest, I guess it won't be too bad to at least watch from the back. The Uzumaki was rethinking the idea of going to watch it now. Actually, only Choji has a ribbon in our team, and neither Ino nor Sakura has one yet, Shikamaru replied. Ino grumbled under her breath but managed to hold her tongue. Well. Good for you, Naruto said half-heartedly as the trio followed behind. The blonde-haired girl walked beside the Uzumaki, her hands behind her back, looking at Naruto curiously. So, I'm going to just ask, what made you leave Konoha? Naruto glared at the girl, his gloved hands clenched into fists. Shikamaru quickly pulled the platinum blonde away, recognizing that the topic was a sensitive one for him. That's none of your business, the blonde muttered, leaving the matter unresolved as they continued to follow. Alright, let's establish some ground rules before we go any further, Naruto said, walking ahead while the others trailed behind. The genius Nara wasn't arguing, he already expected some sort of speech from the blonde about boundaries. First, don't ask me any stupid questions about the past, got it? Second, do not expect me to come save you if you wander off the trail. This is actually for your own safety since we're going through a cave, and you don't know if we may get separated in the dark. 3. You better listen to all my instructions in case of an emergency. I do not need anyone dying on me because they want to be stupid. If I tell you to run you better pick up your sheet quick and book it. And if you decide to be insubordinate, I will punch you regardless of gender. Naruto cracked his knuckles, causing the 3 to flinch and take a step backward from the verbal warning. He nodded sharply before turning around and continuing to walk away, with the Ino Shikacho trio trailing slightly behind him. Hey, Naruto. I had a chance to read a couple of your scholarly articles in the latest issues of Kalos Spotlight and Mythical Allure magazines. It was really cool. Did you really get to take part in the Bell Tower ceremony summoning Ho-Oh and Battle Drake from the Orange Islands Championship? I said, trying to break the silence and showing my interest in the stories that the reporters shared with the public. He never thought he had a bad relationship with the blonde, but he wanted to see if he could break the ice and hopefully mend their broken friendship. Since it wasn't a direct question about his dark past but rather material from a different source of information, he felt it was worth a try. Naruto sat in silence, lost in thought. It was probably Gabby who posted that article. Needless to say, the lady was relentless as she practically begged on her knees, in tears, asking the blonde for a few of his discoveries and scholarly reports. These reports had been shared with some of the regional professors and documented his research results, along with articles from prestigious university records. The blonde eventually gave in after she insisted on following him until she received at least something from him. Naruto felt a bit sorry for Tai, the cameraman, who was stuck by her side until his job contract was complete. After a minute of silence, the blonde-haired teen finally nodded in agreement. Choji continued to chat excitedly, bombarding the group with questions about Pokemon, while the blonde remained relatively quiet. Shikamaru stared lazily but couldn't hide a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Ino wanted to jump in with her own questions but held herself back, preferring to listen to the juicy gossip she could share later. "We're here," Naruto announced suddenly. The others looked around and saw they were approaching the mouth of a gigantic tunnel that pierced through the colossal rock to the other side of the mountain. Many first-timers likely shared their awe and astonishment. It must have taken years to carve such a massive hole through this type of stone. Was it even possible with conventional tools? As they moved closer to the entrance, Naruto slowed his pace, gazing up at the large crystals jutting out from the stone doorway on either side. They sparkled brilliantly amid the mountain rocks, and the details were exquisite. Naruto wondered if the crystals served a specific purpose. These crystals are huge. I wonder why they're blocked off like this. Choji asked curiously as he pushed against the shiny stones, but the chubby teen couldn't budge them. I would love a few to make some really cute hair clips for myself, Ino thought out loud, nearly drooling over the glimmering gems, hoping Choji would break off a couple for her to snatch. I bet some people got greedy trying to steal them, which is why they put up warning signs for materialistic individuals like yourself, Naruto replied dryly, gesturing toward the signs prohibiting the removal of the crystals before walking past the duo with his hands in his pockets. Shikamaru sensed the underlying tone in Naruto's voice. As the teen stepped into the cave, it felt like entering another dimension. The cool air that met them suggested hints of an early winter. The tunnel was dark, providing a perfect backdrop for the vibrant treasures within. Shards of glowing jewels in various colors were embedded in the walls, similar to rainbow quartz. Shades of blue and green resonated together, dancing across the walls like mythical lights. The scene was enchanting as the trio gazed around in wonder. Naruto observed the precious stones that lined the walls like a shimmering mirror showing his reflection. He stepped closer, gently placing his gloved fingertips on the gem-like surface. With a gentle smile, he watched as Hikari glided over to marvel at the giant crystals in awe. Naruto walked over and peered into the crystalline surface of the mirror to take in his reflection. The crystals illuminated a mysterious glow around the blonde boy. Naruto's eyes widened sharply as he noticed his reflection. His eyes had turned blood red, narrowing into slitted black pupils. The image in the mirror seemed to be in a trance, with his lips twitching, revealing sharp fangs. His reflection appeared to have a mind of its own, with blood-red eyes sparkling with sadistic intent, the pupils thin and sharp like those of a deadly predator. The swirling emotions in those blood-red eyes bore into Naruto's own cerulean ones. They all jumped as they heard the sound of glass breaking, and their eyes widened in horror when they saw Naruto staring at the ground with a clouded expression. More cracks began to form around the fracture caused by Naruto's clenched fist on the crystal-like glass. "Hey, you okay, Naruto?" Choji asked with concern, noticing the blonde's sudden strange demeanor. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get going," Naruto said flatly. However, Shikamaru narrowed his gaze after hearing Naruto's response and glanced in the direction of the fractured crystal, wondering what had made Uzumaki so tense. After a few minutes of persuasion, the Ino Shikacho group brushed off the awkward moment and continued down the path, unaware that Naruto's eyes had flashed crimson for a brief second. He was grateful that none of them noticed the small wound he received when he hit the shattering crystal, slicing open his hand. Naruto glanced down, his eyes shining as he watched the injury heal itself as if it had never happened. Hikari hovered nearby, holding onto her adoptive father's already healed hand with a worried expression. He gently patted her head, which eased the tiny Pokemon's concern. She purred and made herself comfortable on his shoulder as Naruto continued walking. His long blonde hair fell over his beautiful blue eyes, partially covering his cheeks as he looked down in disdain. Naruto scowled at the unsettling sight of his mirror image. "Damn it, this has been happening too often," Naruto muttered. He felt frustrated as he faced countless questions in these uncharted territories, unable to find any answers. Legend spoke of a mirror world where one could encounter mirror versions of themselves, individuals who possessed characteristics completely opposite to their real-world counterparts. A mirror reflects various qualities, characteristics, and aspects of your own essence and your most primitive self. In your daily life, when you encounter traits in others that you find unappealing, it's common to reject or feel disgusted by them. However, it is important to recognize that the qualities you dislike in others also exist within you. He lowered his gaze, fully aware of what Nova was referring to: the shadow aura. Naruto recalled the dark substance that had latched onto him and the overwhelming darkness that had consumed and infected his entire body. He sighed as he remembered the excruciating pain from the surge of darkness still etched into his being. "You're not alone anymore, Naruto," Nova thought. "Thank you." Naruto communicated with his partner telepathically, urging them not to dwell too much on this matter. "Are you feeling better, Papa?" Hikari felt worried whenever she saw a look of darkness in Naruto's eyes. Contrary to what many believed, including Naruto himself at times, she was not naive. "Yes, I feel a lot better," Naruto said cheerfully. "I just need a few minutes." He scratched her gently under the chin as he walked along the man-made path in the cave, following closely behind the trio. It was a lie, and she knew at the moment he spoke those words. His smile always brightened her day. "I understand, Papa. Remember, you don't have to hide anything from me. I will be there when you need me," Hikari said softly, nuzzling his cheek adorned with whisker marks. He smiled back at her, grateful for her understanding. Crack. The indent Uzumaki created, a single uneven line that slithered across the rainbow mirror, grew at an alarming speed. It expanded rapidly, becoming more spider-like as cracks formed within it. Finally, it shattered like stained glass, with light reflecting off the fragments as they plummeted to the earth. The power the blonde wielded transformed the impossible into reality. "All right, let's take a break," the whiskered trainer said, noting that they had made good progress through the cave checkpoint. If they maintained their pace, they should make it through before midday. Naruto looked back to ensure that the others were keeping up, as they had been hiking for well over 2 hours. "Why don't we have a quick bite to eat?" Shikamaru suggested, noticing his plump best friend sweating and nearly falling over in relief at the proposal. Choji's eyes lit up as soon as those magic words were spoken, and he began inhaling some sandwiches and chips that seemed to have appeared from thin air. Ino looked at the chubby boy with disgust on her face. "The cave opening looks pretty big," Shikamaru mused, glancing around their resting area. Naruto blinked as he grew accustomed to the darkness surrounding them, taking in their rest spot. The fortunate thing about Reflection Cave was that as long as they kept going straight, there was an exit on the other side. They just had to move through quietly, avoiding the Zubat and Woobat swooping above them. Those creatures were incredibly annoying once they caught your attention, and Naruto wished he had brought some repel spray. Each time they stopped to rest, it seemed a Pokemon appeared, but it didn't always lead to disaster. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio actually worked pretty well together. While traveling through the tunnels, the three of them trained their teams. However, there was one incident when Ino's Bulbasaur and Choji's Squirtle accidentally collided their attacks into a wild Gigolith, which made it furious. Ino's Bulbasaur and Choji's Squirtle tried to fight back, but they stood no chance and were quickly taken out, causing both trainers to run for their lives from the swarm of Roggenrollas that followed the Gigolith. Fortunately, they passed through without any more issues. Then, Naruto picked up Toru's Pokeball from his belt and tossed it into the air. The moment the blonde Salamence appeared with a horrifying snarl, both the Gigolith and its mini army of Roggenrollas fled the scene as quickly as possible. Naruto felt Toru nuzzle her giant frame against his side. He smiled and began to scratch her under the jaw. "Gra," she growled happily at the attention. The two of them had been a team for so long that they were simply happy to be in each other's presence. No words were needed between them. "Good work, girl. As usual, you scared them off," Naruto said with a sweet voice. He was rewarded with a long lick from the giant Pokemon's rough tongue. "When we get out of here, I'm going to get you the best treat I can find." After that awful incident, the group arrived at the cave checkpoint by an underground lake while caving. Needing some relaxation, the teens let out a few of their Pokemon. Choji spoke to Ino as he released Phanpy and his Squirtle to share a bowl of Pokeblocks. Ino let her Bulbasaur and Spupa stretch while she bragged about her improvement in training. Shikamaru had his Abra asleep on his shoulder, enjoying the moment. "We only got this far because of Naruto's help, you know," Choji remarked between bites of snacks. Ino didn't want to agree but kept her mouth shut as she bit down hard on a green apple she had packed. Naruto remained quiet as he set his bag on the nearest boulder by the lake and began rummaging through it. He pulled out a pink, claw-shaped berry and handed it to Hikari. The victory Pokemon cheered happily as she bit into the Mago berry. Naruto drank from a bottle of water while the others discussed their plans for when they reached Shalar City. As the teens continued to talk, a chilly breeze swept through the area. Naruto turned toward the source. Small snowflakes floated down from the upper stalactites of the cave. "What was that about?" Shikamaru asked, also looking in that direction. "I don't know," Naruto pondered, while Choji and Ino exchanged confused glances. "Is it just me, or is it getting colder?" Choji thought aloud, noticing he could see his frosty breath. Naruto remained unfazed as Hikari shivered from the chill. "It's probably nothing. Regardless, let's keep moving, we should be out of here before nightfall," he said, having traveled through the cave since mid-morning. The group packed up and returned their Pokemon to their respective Pokeballs. However, before Choji could return Phanpy to her capsule, she playfully galloped away. The group stood in horror as they watched the tiny elephant sprint deeper into the cave. "Phanpy, no. Come back." Choji shouted as he quickly ran after her. "Choji, wait." Shikamaru called, trying to stop their friend. He didn't realize that he was separating himself from the group. Shikamaru chased after Choji, and Ino followed behind, thinking to herself that she could not catch a break with her traveling companions. Naruto trailed behind slowly, staring at his feet. It was then that he noticed the thin layers of ice covering the underground terrain, creating loud snaps and cracks with each step. "DMN, I have a bad feeling about this," he thought as he ventured deeper into the cave after the two panicking teens. A tough but sarcastic voice instructed everyone in the room. Several men and women, all wearing black uniforms with a large letter, S, on the back, were present. They also sported musical note symbols on their arm straps and black paperboy hats. The grunts wore long, tight pants and white boots. In the middle, overseeing the entire operation, stood the leader. He had white hair tied into a ponytail and wore round glasses. With a thin, muscular build and a sly grin on his face, he looked ecstatic at the prospect of finishing on time. He was particularly pleased that the meddling young trainers had chosen to interfere with his plans. "Kabuto-sama, we have located only a few fossils and evolutionary stones, but the moon stone has yet to be found," one of the grunt messengers reported. Kabuto's grin faded slightly, but he maintained his composure. "Tisk, figures. These Konoha kids aren't adults, so it'll take twice as long," he thought, considering that he could likely sell the stones and fossils on the black market. Everyone, grab some pickaxes and start digging. No complaints. Yes, sir. The grunts all saluted, picked up their gear, and began chipping away at the rocky walls. Alongside them were a group of young trainers who were still forced to work in the mountain caves. A quarter of the way through the cave, Shikamaru and Ino were breathing slightly heavier, while Naruto appeared perfectly fine. Crap! Another nail broke. Ino exclaimed irritably as she dropped her backpack and frantically inspected her fingernail. Her long hair was a bit messy, and her skin and clothes were drenched in sweat, covered in bruises from the unplanned chase. Shikamaru summarized the experience in the cave with a single word: troublesome. Oh, for the love of... Suddenly, the icy walls exploded open as a four-armed boulder grappled with a horned cocoon-like Pokemon. It's a Graveler. Shikamaru gasped in surprise as it pushed back its opponent with all its might. The Pokemon's eyes glowed blue as it charged a frozen orb in its mouth. Reaching for his Pokédex, Naruto scanned the ice-covered rock. Glalie, the face Pokemon. While Glalie tends to be mischievous, they are considered one of the most loyal Pokemon. Colonies are known to defend their territory with the harshest of blizzards, he read. A Glalie? But I thought they only lived in snowy mountains or frozen caves, he muttered, just as he noticed the incoming attack. It's an ice beam. Get out of the way. Naruto warned. Hikari flew up high while Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino took cover behind the outer walls of the cavern. They peeked out just in time to see a crystal blue ray blast from the large hole, freezing the ground and part of the walls surrounding it. The trio glanced back to see that the Graveler had been frozen solid. Whoa, instant freeze. Usually, it takes several seconds to completely freeze an opponent. I'm impressed. Levi, blaze kick. Naruto commanded, tossing a capsule. Out popped his Riolu, who front-flipped into the air as red flames ignited from its foot. It delivered a scorching kick, slamming the Glalie against the wall with a powerful drop kick, indenting it. Naruto walked over to inspect the situation, with Levi by his side, ready for anything in case the ice-type got back up again. The Glalie lay knocked out, covered in several bruises and cracks along its cocoon-like body. Ino and Shikamaru looked at Naruto, stunned. That wasn't a low-level Glalie, Shikamaru said, his expression serious as he examined the damage caused by the ice-type. Maybe it belongs to someone. Ino suggested. Could be. Come on, let's see if there's a trainer nearby, just to be sure, Naruto replied. A tough yet snide voice instructed those in the room. Several men and women, dressed in standard cloaks and masks, lacked actual uniforms. Beneath their cloaks, they wore short, black midriff jackets with red straps over their shoulders. In the center, overseeing the entire operation, was the leader with white hair tied back in a ponytail and round glasses. He had a thin, muscular build and wore a snide grin, clearly pleased that he might complete the operation on time. Kabuto-sama, we have located only a few fossils and evolutionary stones, but the shadow crystal has yet to be found, reported one of the grunt messengers. Kabuto's grin faded, but he maintained his composure. Tisk, figures. Everyone, grab some pickaxes and start digging. No complaints. Yes, sir, the grunts all responded, saluting as they grabbed their gear and began chipping away at the rocky walls. Sir, I found something. Kabuto looked over as the grunts held up a shiny purple crystal. He snatched the gem, examining it with a wild smirk on his face. We're definitely on the right track. Let's move forward down this path, he ordered, and the group followed him further along the narrow passage. Suddenly, they noticed thin layers of ice coating the underground terrain, creating audible snaps and cracks with each step. As the team of grunts and admins continued down the frozen path, they came to a halt when their boots splashed against an extended puddle of water. One of the grunts in front reached down and dipped his fingerless gloves into the crystal-clear liquid. It's warm, he said, causing Kabuto to snarl. Move forward now, he ordered. Taking off in a full sprint, the grunts arrived at a melted archway that appeared to have been forcefully dug and drilled through. Following the half-destroyed staircase adorned with tribal drawings, the cloaked criminals raced past hot winds and through a single passageway shattered by ice and rock, eventually reaching a frozen battlefield. Several glalie lay motionless on the ground while others pushed back their oppressors with beams of cold energy. Houndoom scorched the air and the frost-covered ceiling with flames as their trainers plowed through the ice types and deeper into the ice-coated palace. One of the grunts, Zaku, charged forward with his loud red following closely behind, blasting down some of the ice-coated walls without a second thought. "Zaku, you idiot, get down," shouted Kabuto, successfully garnering the attention of his team as ice pillars began to cover the entire terrain. Kabuto smirked as his eyes fell on the source of the chilling beams of light. Well, looks like we've found our prize," he said mockingly. The frozen battlefield was massive, an ancient underground chamber filled with frost-covered columns and deep cracks lining the ground like veins. In the center of the arena, half buried in ice and rubble, stood a jagged obelisk of blackened crystal, radiating a faint violet hue that pulsed in rhythm with an unseen force. Kabuto stepped forward slowly, as if the very air demanded reverence. His breath fogged up his glasses, but he didn't wipe them clean. Instead, his sharp eyes peered through the mist, focused on the center of the room. The shadow crystal wasn't complete, but it was here partially awakened. "TCH, it's responding. Must be the warmth from that underground spring," Kabuto muttered. "Sir," one of the admins said, adjusting her mask, "the structure around it looks like a battlefield altar, possibly of ancient Sinnoh or Johto design." Kabuto snapped his fingers without looking at her. "I'm not here for a lesson on cave paintings. Secure the perimeter. If anyone gets in, I'll personally feed them to a master's megastelix." The admin swallowed hard, nodded, and barked orders. "Group A, fortify the passageway. Group B, get the extraction gear ready." The grunts spread out like a swarm, placing strange magnetic pillars around the edges of the crystal. Others began pulling in cables, machines, and a specialized containment orb crimson and black, unlike any pokeball used by trainers. Kabuto turned to his right, where a large, hulking man stepped forward to protect the white-haired man. This brute had 3 patches of orange hair and piercing orange eyes. He had a plain, pale face with a necklace of sharp charms dangling below. Dressed in a beige tank top, a large purple rope belt, black thin pants, and sandals with bandages wrapped around his ankles, the man's threatening expression was enough to make anyone squirm and flinch. "Yugo, handle these annoying ball of ice," ordered Kabuto as he tossed a pokeball along with the rest of the team. An Arbok emerged, slithering by Kabuto's side. The serpentine Pokemon, resembling a cobra, narrowed its eyes and bared its sharp teeth, ready to fight. One of the cloaked figures raised a metallic, 3-pronged scanner, the tips glowing the same shade of violet as the crystal. "It's still dormant, but I sense something behind the crystal," the figure rasped. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. "Behind it?" The cloaked figure nodded slowly. "A presence. Something old. Something bound." Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the chamber. The frost along the ground shimmered and began to crawl toward the center, as if drawn by a force beyond the laws of physics. Then a sound echoed, a low, guttural growl. It wasn't from a Pokemon, it was deeper, more ancient. The shadow crystal pulsed. Kabuto took a slow step back, a grin curling across his face. "Heh. Looks like we found the gate." As the glow intensified, tribal runes along the floor flared to life with radiant light. Ice began to crack violently across the room. "Grunts on your guard!" Kabuto yelled as the purple cobra slid in front of him. "We're not alone anymore." From the darkness behind the crystal, the jagged silhouette of something massive began to stir. The crystal's pulse grew frantic, thump 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 like a war drum, shaking the battlefield's foundations. Ice splintered violently across the chamber. Chunks of rock cracked from the ceiling and fell like hail. The grunts scrambled, some drawing their Pokemon in panic. Then came the sound like metal scraping bone shrrrk as a clawed hand slowly emerged from the black crystal, tearing its way out like a creature being born. Formation. Defensive, one of the admins shouted. Too late. A blast of icy black energy erupted from the obelisk, knocking back half the team. Kabuto slid across the floor, planting his heels to stay upright, his lab coat fluttering wildly from the shockwave. His glasses cracked, and yet, he laughed. Heh. Hee. It's real. From the shattered crystal, a figure rose towering and otherworldly. It had a sleek, armor-like body laced with dark crystal plating, and its face was veiled by a bone-white mask with glowing violet eyes. Shadow tendrils curled from its back like living blades of smoke and ice. The air froze around it. Pokeball failed to open. Grunts collapsed, unable to breathe through the supernatural cold. The ancient entity opened its maw, sharp, split-jaw mouth and let out a deep, echoing voice, one that reverberated in their skulls more than in their ears. You who dares awaken me? Kabuto's smirk deepened as he pushed his broken glasses up the bridge of his nose with a trembling finger. Oh, you can talk. Excellent. The shadowy creature turned its head toward him and paused. You are not of the chosen blood. Kabuto chuckled. No, but you have what we want, and this disorganization annoys me to no end. You lot, destroy it, he ordered. Suddenly, the creature lunged forward in a blur of shadows and frost, but it never got the chance to close the distance between them. The other grunts had released quadrupedal hellhounds, black and gray-furred hyenas, and large blue bats with gaping jaws. They also unleashed occasional fire, rock, and ground-type creatures. Camerupt, Houndoom, use flamethrower. Maityana, Golbat, use Shadow Ball and Air Slash. As their commands were given, the Hellhounds Houndoom and Camerupt unleashed a torrent of flames and shadowy projectiles to counteract the encroaching darkness. Maityana and Houndoom ferociously bit and clawed at the resilient shadows and ice, while Golbat swooped in with powerful wing attacks and air slashes. The chamber trembled under the force of their assault. Flames roared from the snarling mouths of Houndoom and Camerupt, their fire attacks striking relentlessly at the shadowed entity. Golbat screeched through the smoky air, launching air slashes that cut through the icy mist, while Maityana and Tyrantrum charged across the battlefield, howling and snapping at the curling tendrils of ice and darkness. The ancient creature recoiled not in pain, but in surprise. Its shadowy limbs deflected the brunt of the attacks, but scorch marks marred its armor-like plating, and cracks shimmered across its crystalline chest. Leave! It growled, its voice rumbling like thunder within their skulls. This domain is not yours. Leave the crystals and live. Kabuto responded with a scoff, his grin shining behind cracked glasses. I don't think so, he replied simply. Then, he raised one hand high. Everything you are belongs to us now. Focus fire. The chamber erupted in light and fury as a coordinated strike slammed into the entity. Fire, rock, darkness, and steel combining in a chaotic blast. The obelisk behind it cracked further, with veins of purple energy splintering out like lightning across the floor. The entity roared not in rage, but in sorrow. You will bring ruin, it said, staggering under the barrage. Good, Kabuto hissed, his eyes wide with obsession. Then, from a pile of toppled crates near the edge of the battlefield, a cheerful squeak broke through the chaos. From a half-crushed crate in the corner, a tiny blue trunk emerged, followed by a waddling gray and blue body. A Phanpy, big-eyed and blinking, stumbled out onto the icy floor. Its little feet skidded slightly, and it let out a cheerful toot, swinging its trunk playfully. Oblivious to the storm of violence around it, the Phanpy bounced toward the center of the room, eager to join the action. It let out another cheerful squeal as it waddled toward the fight, trunk raised and ready to play. Kabuto turned his head and saw the little elephant coming closer. He curled his lip in disgust. Without hesitation. Wham! His boot connected, sending the Phanpy flying like a kicked ball. It struck the ground hard and rolled, letting out a pained cry as it came to a stop near the collapsed edge of a broken support beam. The creature shadowed, wounded, and Divine paused. But Kabuto didn't. He stepped forward again and pointed sharply. Arbok. Remove it. Iron Tail. A hiss slithered through the battlefield as Kabuto's Arbok rose from the debris, its gleaming scales glinting in the firelight. Its tail pulsed silver with energy as it coiled back, muscles bunched and ready to strike. Phanpy squeaked, blinking up at the monstrous serpent with wide eyes. The tail lashed forward. Phanpy. A blur crashed into the scene. Choji dove from the shadows, his cloak flaring as he hurled himself between the strike and the tiny Pokemon. He scooped up Phanpy into his arms mid-leap, twisting in the air. Crack. Arbok's iron tail narrowly missed Choji's shoulder, but the force still sent them both flying and tumbling across the battlefield like ragdolls. Choji hit the ground hard, shielding Phanpy with his body and clenching his teeth against the impact. He came to a stop near a fractured pillar, clutching the dazed baby Pokemon close to him. The divine shadow froze. So did the fire. The chaos. The storm. Choji lay on the ground, his arm wrapped around the trembling Phanpy, shielding it from the turmoil around them. Dust settled in the eerie silence that followed the flash. Above them, the fractured remains of the obelisk still pulsed dimly, but the divine entity had momentarily withdrawn, wounded and watching. Choji groaned as he pushed himself upright on one elbow. His other arm remained wrapped around the tiny elephant, who blinked up at him with wide, worried eyes. He managed a weak smile. Hey, hey. He whispered, gently patting Phanpy's head. Are you okay, Phanpy? Phanpy let out a soft, shaky toot, curling into Choji's side with a sniffle. Choji's hand trembled slightly as he gave the Pokemon a reassuring pat. Then, slow, deliberate footsteps crunched over the shattered crystal. Choji's head snapped up. Kabuto walked toward them with maddening calm. His glasses were more cracked now, one lens completely missing, yet his grin was infuriating. He stopped just a few feet away, looking down at the pair as if they were nothing more than garbage. TCH, Kabuto scoffed. You should have stayed hidden, he said coldly. Children shouldn't interfere in matters like this. His voice was icy. He raised a hand, and behind him, Arbok slithered forward, its wounds smoldering but its eyes burning with hatred. It prepared to unleash Hyper Beam. The snake opened its mouth with a hiss as energy began to build in its gullet, red, gold, and volatile. No! Choji cried, clutching Phanpy tighter and twisting his body to shield it. A flash lit up the serpent's jaws. And then... Thwomp! The world went white. The immense power of the beam slammed against a dome of interwoven blue-violet aura, causing it to explode outward and form a barrier just as the Hyper Beam fired. This collision made the aura dome ripple and groan like metal under pressure. Shockwaves surged outward, tearing chunks from the floor and shattering the ice beneath their feet. Inside the barrier, the air remained still. A rift of blue and violet aura split the space just above them, resembling a blade slicing through fabric. A swirl of blue aura and wind erupted outward, and in that instant, a figure appeared in a crouch between Choji and Kabuto. Spiky, long blonde hair danced in the wind as Naruto emerged, his black, tattered cloak billowing behind him like the wing of a celestial guardian. Most of his torn garb concealed his face, leaving only his hair and eyes visible. Veins of radiant blue and violet aura pulsed through the cloak, illuminating the war-torn battlefield with flickers of color, resembling lightning frozen in fabric. Choji opened one eye. Naruto stood motionless, one hand still raised, his cloak billowing around him, eyes glowing with an intense light. Choji noted how the teen's boots were dug into the cracked stone, absorbing the blow with unwavering focus. Still shielding the small, trembling Phanpy in his arms, Choji blinked in disbelief. Naruto didn't turn around. Stay down, he said simply. This won't take long. Across the chamber, Kabuto narrowed his eyes, stepping forward slowly as his expression shifted from curiosity to annoyance. "Who are you?" Kabuto asked flatly, tilting his head. "Are you with the League? The secret police?" Naruto's eyes glowed faintly with an aura, but his expression remained unreadable. "It doesn't matter who I am," he replied, his voice low and controlled. "I'm just someone who doesn't like watching people get executed." Kabuto's frown deepened, and he lazily motioned to Arbok. "You're interfering in something far bigger than you realize." Naruto lowered his hand slightly. "And yet you're the one shooting at a child." Kabuto's gaze sharpened at that. "So you're a moralist. Lovely. You'll die first." He raised a hand to command Arbok, but Naruto acted first. He snapped his fingers once, and in a shimmer of pink-violet light, a small, winged Pokemon appeared at his side, glowing like a falling star, its eyes filled with determined resolve. "Hikari," Naruto said without looking at her. "Get them out of here." Victini gave a quick salute and then darted toward Choji and Fanpy, leaving a trail of gold and blue aura. It gently touched Choji's shoulder with one paw. "Wait, what about you?" Choji managed to ask. Naruto's tone remained steady. "I'll handle this." Thwomp. In a swirl of light and energy, Choji and Fanpy vanished, teleported away in an instant. High atop the cliffside of the cave, a swirl of color formed just behind Shikamaru and Ino, who stood overlooking the battlefield with tense expressions. In a burst of energy, Choji appeared, landing hard on the rock while still cradling the Fanpy. What? Shikamaru turned in surprise. "Choji. Where's Naruto?" Choji gasped. "He showed up out of nowhere. Took the hyper beam like it was nothing. He sent me up here. I don't know what he did, but I've never seen anything like it." Ino was already checking Choji for wounds, her gaze drifting back down the cliff. "Whatever's going on," she whispered, "it's not normal." Naruto stood tall, his aura blazing around him like blue fire interlaced with violet lightning. Kabuto narrowed his eyes. "You have power, I'll admit that," he said. "But I don't know your name or your face. And that's a problem." Naruto took a step forward, causing the stone beneath his boots to crack. "Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you." The pressure between them built, like two storms on the verge of colliding. The obelisk behind them pulsed, and the entity stirred once more. The real fight was about to begin. Kabuto's eye twitched. He had reached his limit. He snapped his fingers sharply. "All units engage. Use whatever you have left. Release your Pokemon now." From the shattered archways of the broken chamber, Kabuto's grunts scrambled into position. Their hoods were torn, and their uniforms were scorched from the earlier shockwave, but they moved with desperate precision, tossing Pokeball into the air with wild energy. Crack boom boom. In bursts of red light and smoke, the chamber filled with Pokemon. A Rhyperior stomped forward with a thunderous roar. Houndooms and Mightyenas bared their fangs, spitting flame and shadow. Golbats and Crobats shrieked as they filled the upper airspace. Camerupts advanced, lava bubbling from their humps. A hulking Tyrantrum moved in, jaws snapping and tail crushing stone with each step. Kabuto pointed at Naruto, his voice sharp and commanding. "Bury him." But Naruto didn't move, at least, not at first. His hand slid to his belt. One click. 2. 3. 4. Pokeball flashed from his cloak and burst open with light, flooding the chamber with an eerie blend of blue, violet, and battle-ready steel. "Form up." In perfect silence, his team took battle positions around him. Gyarados coiled through the shattered chamber like a siege weapon. Frogadier perched low at his side. Electabuzz crackled with growing energy. Zoroark bared its claws, the illusion already warping the air around them. Kabuto snarled, "You think 4 Pokemon will stop an army?" Naruto's eyes didn't waver. Funny thing about armies, they don't do very well when they're outclassed. The clash began. Camerupt. Use flamethrower. Houndoom, use shadow ball. Maityana, use crunch. The chamber erupted with fire, shadows, and the sounds of fierce battle cries. The first Pokemon emerged, a massive, serpentine figure that resembled a leviathan born from nightmares. With a roar that sent tremors through the chamber, Gyarados uncoiled into view. Her enormous body was covered in deep ocean blue scales laced with glowing violet veins. Her fins trailed through the air like ghostly banners, and her eyes glinted with a cold, ancient fury. Naruto raised his hand. Tessa, use Dragon Pulse, then Aqua Tail to sweep the front. Gyarados reared back, unleashing a beam of shimmering blue-violet energy that blasted through the Houndoom squad, sending them flying. With a shriek that echoed through the chamber, she slammed her tail down, sweeping the devil hounds away as if they were nothing more than dust, roaring as waves of water pulsed from her fins. Next came a blur of navy blue light, sleek and focused. Aim crouched low, ready to launch forward at a word. Aim, use water pulse overhead, then double team. Aim hit the ground silently, landing in a crouch beside Naruto like a ninja ready to strike. His body shimmered with a subtle sheen of violet aura, water droplets hovering unnaturally around his fingertips. He blurred into afterimages, weaving between the Crobat overhead and firing orbs of water that exploded with disorienting bursts. The air was filled with the shrieks of startled Pokemon. Then came sparks, violent, wild, and charged with crackling yellow electricity, veins of pale violet aura flickering up his arms. Thor used thunder. Wave, then brick break. He pounded his fists together, the sound echoing like drumbeats of war, then lunged at a Rhyperior with a battle cry. Static crackled off his body as he thunder waved a Crobat mid-flight, paralyzing it before delivering a powerful brick break straight into the gut of a snarling Maityana. The force lifted the Maityana off the ground before slamming it unconscious into the floor. And last, a shadow slithered forward, rising like smoke, forming a shape behind the blonde. Her mane flickered with tendrils of violet illusion, and her eyes glowed like duskfire. The air dimmed unnaturally as she stepped into view, her mane rippling like a banner of smoke and fire. Her claws clicked against the stone floor, and her fur shifted subtly, trailing illusions as if reality struggled to decide whether she was truly there. Naruto nodded, his eyes locking with his Zoroark. Menma, use extrasensory and night daze from the back. She grinned, fangs flashing, before stepping back into the shadows and disappearing again. Naruto stealthily pulled out his Pokédex. Arbok, Cobra Pokemon, the pattern on its belly appears to be a frightening face. Weak foes will flee at the sight of the pattern. To intimidate foes, it spreads its chest wide and makes eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. Abilities: Intimidate, Shed Skin. This Arbok is male and registered to Kabuto. Naruto poked his deck as he stepped forward slowly, aura threads coiling tighter around his shoulders like a second skin. And what about Kabuto? He was done watching. He stepped forward through the debris, his lab coat fluttering with each stride, eyes locked onto Naruto with complete disdain. His Arbok slithered at his side, fangs bared and muscles tense. I'm through playing games, Kabuto snarled. You don't belong here and I'm going to cut you out myself. Naruto didn't move. Not an inch. But Arbok did. Thunder Fawn. With a low hiss, it lunged forward in a burst of terrifying speed, its aura flickering along its fangs, which sparked with crackling electricity. Its open jaws aimed straight for Naruto's chest. The fangs gleamed with lethal intent. Just as it struck. Shum. A streak of radiant light collided with Arbok mid-air, striking like a cannonball of psychic fire. Hikari intercepted in a blur of speed, her body wreathed in a shimmering blue-violet aura, and her eyes glowing with fierce psychic energy. Her small frame slammed into Arbok with a devastating Zen headbutt, knocking the serpent sideways with a bone-cracking THWAM. It skidded across the stone floor and crashed into a support pillar. Kabuto's eyes widened. What? Hikari hovered mid-air, tiny and furious. The glow surrounding her intensified, her pointed ears stood erect, and her fur bristled. She landed gracefully between Naruto and Arbok's path, her back arched slightly and her wings flaring outward. Vi! Hikari cried, floating protectively in front of Naruto. Her small body trembled not with fear, but with determination. Just as Arbok recovered and prepared to strike again, Hikari's eyes flashed with newfound power. A translucent barrier snapped into existence. Protect. In that desperate moment, her desire to shield Naruto had awakened a new move. As Arbok crashed against the shimmering wall, Hikari stood her ground, her wings spread wide, letting out a low, warning hiss that echoed her resolve. No one was getting past her. Not now. Not ever. No one tries to hurt my papa and gets away with it, she hissed. Behind the protective shimmer of Protect, Naruto stared at Hikari, wide-eyed. A warm wave of pride welled up in his chest, and without thinking, he reached out to her telepathically. That was amazing, Hikari. I'm so proud of you. Her eyes widened, glowing faintly, and her tiny cheeks flushed a soft pink. She floated a little higher, startled by the direct connection, but then her expression softened. She didn't speak aloud, but Naruto could feel her joy radiating back at him, a gentle warmth, like a sunbeam on a cold day. Even with a blush still tinting her fur, she turned back to Arbok, her eyes narrowing once again. The battlefield wasn't finished yet. She was no longer just a partner, she was now his protector. A deep, low, protective sound echoed from her, embodying more power than her small frame should have contained. Her eyes locked onto Arbok as it slowly rose from the rubble, rattling with pain but not yet defeated. She didn't care, she stood her ground. A guardian of victory. Naruto glanced at her for a brief moment, silent. The tension in the air increased as Arbok began to rise, charging up for another strike, its muscles twitching with renewed rage. Sparks danced across its scales. Kabuto's eyes tracked every movement of the small, glowing figure before him, proud and resolute. A Victini. She hovered just in front of Naruto, her eyes fierce and her body surrounded by a crackling blue-violet aura, still radiating the aftershocks of her Zen headbutt that had sent his Arbok flying. Kabuto adjusted his glasses slowly, almost reverently. I never noticed it before, but seeing a real Victini, he murmured, his voice low with greed, I never thought I would see one in my lifetime. He took a careful step forward, and his tone shifted from curiosity to condescension. Listen, he said, folding his arms across his chest. There's no need for this to escalate further. That Pokemon you've got, it's legendary, right? Incredibly rare and valuable. He smiled. I'm willing to make a trade. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Kabuto continued, give me Victini. Hand her over, and I'll let you go. You can walk out alive. There's no need for any more casualties. That's a fair offer, isn't it? Silence filled the air. Victini let out a low, psychic hum behind Naruto, clearly offended, but patiently waiting for his response. Naruto blinked once, then raised his eyebrows. You want her? He asked. Really? Kabuto grinned. Think about it. She deserves a better home, one with purpose, not whatever backwater dump you crawled out of. Naruto let out a dry, sharp chuckle and tilted his head. You can go F yourself. Kabuto froze. Naruto continued, his tone laced with calm sarcasm. Trade my partner for my life? Yeah, that sounds like a real win-win for you. His expression darkened, and his aura coiled tighter. But just so we're clear, if you touch her again, I'm gonna bury you so deep not even your own shadow'll remember where you died. Kabuto's smirk disappeared, replaced by a twisted scowl. He clenched his fists in anger. You arrogant little sheet, he spat. You don't know who you're dealing with. Victini floated higher, her aura flaring around her tiny frame like a miniature sun, fangs bared as she hissed in defense of Naruto. You don't either, Naruto shot back. Kabuto pointed forward furiously. Finish them, he commanded. Rip them apart. But Victini didn't flinch. She slightly turned her head, her eyes glowing brightly again, and gave a chirp almost like laughter but sharper and more focused. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The silence was shattered the moment Kabuto snapped his fingers. Thunder Fong, now, he commanded. Arbok struck like a missile, its thick body propelling forward in a blur of speed, fangs sparking with electricity. The air cracked as the serpent's jaws came down. But Hikari was faster. She twisted mid-air, her body igniting with a surge of blazing crimson light. In a flash, she crashed into Arbok's snout with a devastating flame charge, sending the serpent skidding backward across the ground in a burst of embers and ash. Arbok let out a furious hiss, its coils lurching as it struggled to regain balance. That's one more mistake you won't walk away from. Naruto showed a flicker of curiosity. But Kabuto only smirked. Fair was never part of the plan. With a sudden motion, he plunged a hand into his coat, yanked out another Pokeball, and hurled it skyward, its casing flashing as it spun, opening mid-air in a burst of light. Crack! A second Pokemon hit the battlefield with a flash of red light and a low, monstrous hum. Electros. Naruto secretly pulled out his Pokédex, the screen lighting up faintly in his sleeve. Electros, ELE fish Pokemon, with their sucker mouths, they SCK in prey. Then they use their fangs to shock the prey with electricity. They crawl out of the ocean using their arms. They will attack prey on shore and immediately drag it into the ocean. Abilities, Levitate. This Electros is male and registered to Kabuto. The eel-like beast hovered above the ground, undulating as if swimming through air. Its tendrils flailed outward, generating arcs of violent electricity. Its beady yellow eyes locked straight on Hikari. 2-on-1. Seriously? Naruto growled. You coward. Kabuto laughed. I'm practical. This isn't a league match. It's war. Yeah. Well, you still fight like a beach. Kabuto's smile curdled into a sneer. Naruto stepped forward, his hand glowing with fierce blue aura, but Hikari shot past him, rising swiftly into the air. She glanced back over her shoulder, letting out a soft, almost affectionate chirp. I've got this, Papa. He paused just for a heartbeat. His gaze sharpened, voice low and steady. Then don't hold back. And in the next instant, the sky detonated in light and fury. Kabuto's voice rang out sharp and cold. Arbok, Rock Tomb and Sludge Bomb. Keep her grounded. Electros, Wild Charge. Below her, Arbok and Electros spread out like hunters circling their prey. Arbok struck first, slamming its tail into the ground. The earth ruptured upward in jagged towers, stone shards flying skyward in a wide arc. The debris formed a quick cage around Hikari, trying to trap her in the air. But she was faster. Flame charge, now. Naruto called. Hikari cloaked herself in fire and shot forward like a comet, smashing through one of the rock towers with burning speed. Fire trailed behind her like a ribbon, her entire body glowing, movement now twice as fast. Behind her, Sludge Bomb exploded, missing her by inches. The toxic goo splattered the ceiling, hissing and bubbling on impact. Arbok turned to follow but didn't see her next move. Zen Headbutt. Hikari zipped downward, her forehead glowing with psychic light, then slammed directly into Arbok's head, forcing the snake's face into the stone floor with a thunderous boom. Cracks spread outward in a spiderweb beneath them. The chamber was a battlefield of broken ice and scorched stone. Sparks hissed. Flames licked up shattered columns. Blue-violet aura shimmered through the fog of smoke and debris. Naruto's eyes were locked on the sky, hand raised like a general mid-siege. Hikari full power. Let's push them back. The tiny Victini flared with raw aura, rising higher, her eyes glowing like twin stars. Trails of blue and violet light whipped around her form as the heat began to build. Hikari spun into motion. She flared her wings and vanished in a burst of light, blinking mid-air with a flash, just as Eelektross twisted mid-charge, its body sparking with white-hot wild charge, barely missing her as she zipped past. But Hikari wasn't retreating. She retaliated without hesitation. Fire blast. Her tiny maw flared open, unleashing a spiraling torrent of blazing red fire, condensed, furious, and searing hot. The flames roared into Eelektross's side, drawing a shriek as the creature twisted in pain. Fire clung to its rubbery skin, crackling as it tumbled to the ground in a scorched, smoking roll. But there was no time to celebrate. Arbok lunged in again from behind, fangs bared, wrapping its massive coils around Hikari in a blink. A critical hit, she shrieked in pain as sparks flew, venom mixing with electricity. Naruto's eyes flared. Hikari used psychic. But her eyes gleamed not in fear, but fury. She ignited. A blast of raw, psychic pressure erupted from her body, launching Arbok off of her in a blinding burst of aura-fueled psychic energy. The serpent's body slammed into the wall with a sickening crack, breaking tiles and denting stone. As the dust settled, Hikari floated back down, battered but defiant, her little body glowing brighter than ever. Eelektross reappeared above her, this time preparing a discharge, arcs of wild, uncontrolled lightning spreading across the battlefield. Kabuto laughed wildly. "You can't dodge both. You're outmatched." But Hikari didn't flinch. She narrowed her eyes, surrounded herself with psychic force, and then split into three with a glowing double team. The real one launched upward, soaring above the electricity, twisting through a narrow gap in the bolts. Then V-create. Her body ignited into a blazing comet of blue-violet flame, trailing heat and fury as she rocketed downward. And slammed into Eelektross's face with crushing force. The creature shrieked as it was driven into the floor, skidding violently, flipping from the sheer impact. Hikari hovered lower, panting hard. Sparks danced across her singed fur, a dark bruise swelling along her flank. But she never looked away from the two enemies. Even though she was injured, she took her place in front of Naruto. Tiny arms raised. Aura blazing. Defiantly. "You're not touching my papa." Naruto stepped up behind Hikari, his eyes gleaming with restrained fury. He stared down Kabuto, his voice low, cold as forged steel. "She just took on two of your Pokemon, alone. And you're still standing here." He let out a slow, sharp whistle. "You're not just a coward, you're losing." Kabuto's eye twitched. The cracks in his composure were beginning to show. "This isn't over," he snapped, voice tight with frustration. Naruto's grin was all teeth, humorless, hard. Naruto gave him a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Good. I was just starting to have fun." The chamber was in chaos. Smoke, lightning, and blue-violet aura danced across shattered tiles. The obelisk throbbed ominously in the background, sending deep pulses through the ice-cracked walls. Naruto stood tall, cloak rippling, eyes sharp, voice firm. His aura shimmered like a storm barely held in check, his focus locked on the fight unfolding before him. "Hikari, go high, bait the eel. Watch Arbok's blind side." The small Victini nodded mid-flight, strkng into the air with a flare of energy. Her wings fanned out wide as she angled upward, glowing with blue and violet aura that lit up the cavern like twin moons colliding. Kabuto gritted his teeth. "Eelektross, thunderbolt. Arbok, strike from below with crunch, bite her wings." Arbok coiled again and launched upward like a compressed spring, fangs snapping, while Eelektross charged a crackling orb of yellow-white lightning in its maw. From below, Naruto's voice rang out like a commander on a battlefield. "Dodge left Zen headbutt into a spin. Control the fall, use that momentum." Hikari blinked whoosh. Barely missing Arbok's fangs as she spun mid-air and came down like a burning meteor. She crashed into Arbok's flank with a vicious Zen headbutt, causing the serpent to roar and twist in pain, slamming into the ground in a tangled heap of scales. Kabuto cursed. "DMNU again." But he wasn't done. "Electros, discharge." Shocked them both. The floating eel hissed and released a burst of wild electricity, chaotic and powerful, arcing in every direction. Naruto didn't flinch. "Hikari protect." Then flame charge, center mass. A dome of shimmering psychic energy burst into place just before the lightning struck. Sparks slammed against the barrier, crackling, hissing, breaking apart like waves against a cliff. The moment it faded, Hikari launched herself forward. She twisted in midair, wreathed in red fire, spinning like a burning comet. Her body slammed into Electros's chest in a perfect flame charge, sending the floating beast hurtling backward and crashing into a stone column, which cracked and began to collapse. Kabuto staggered. Electros twitched once, and didn't rise. Arbok struggled, battered, tongue lolling. Kabuto's expression changed. From arrogance, to desperation. He fumbled at his belt and activated a comm link. "Grunts now. Bring reinforcements. Bring the whole squad. Kill that DMN brat and take the Victini." He didn't get to finish. Boom boom boom. 3 blurs dropped into the chamber from above, landing hard behind Naruto as smoke coiled around their feet. Ino. Shikamaru. Choji. And they didn't come alone. Ino's Bulbasaur emerged with a sharp cry, petals glowing as it unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp magical leaf, each one slicing through the air in a glittering arc. Shikamaru's Slacketh crept forward, deceptively slow, then suddenly lashed out with a brutal crush claw, the air cracking from the force. Choji's Squirtle spun into motion, water surging around its shell as it launched forward in a spiraling aqua jet, fists primed for impact. The reinforcements had arrived and the tide had just turned. Kabuto's comlink sparked cut off. Kabuto spun around, eyes wide. "You? But how?" Shikamaru stepped forward, hands in his pockets, a lazy smirk tugging at his lips. "Tried to flank us, huh? Hate to break it to you. You're not the only one who thinks 3 steps ahead." Choji lifted one arm, calm but firm. "He's not fighting this alone." Ino moved beside him, arms folded, her glare sharp enough to cut. The tiny Phanpy nestled safely in Choji's arms, stirred, blinking. She didn't look away from Kabuto. "Your snake's about to get squashed." Naruto didn't even turn to look at them. He didn't fully trust them, not yet. But right now, in this moment, he had no choice. His hand lifted, fingers steady, aura flickering at his palm. The battle wasn't over. But it had just shifted. "Hikari," he said calmly, "let's end this." Blue flare. Full power. Now. The tiny Victini hovered high above, eyes burning white with power. She opened her arms. And the aura flared. A massive spiral of blue fire, wrapped in streaks of violet energy, coiled outward from her body like a solar flare. It spiraled downward toward the battlefield. And engulfed both Arbok and the remains of the collapsed column, swallowing them in a roaring pillar of flame and psychic heat. The floor cracked. The ceiling groaned. And when the light faded, Arbok was unconscious, twitching, its scales scorched. Kabuto stood frozen. Sweating. Breathing hard. Beat. Broken. Beaten. The smoke began to clear. Shattered stone sizzled, glowing with residual heat. The air hung thick and heavy, filled with the scent of scorched rock and burnt ozone. Flickers of flame still licked at the edges of the battlefield, slowly dying out. Ash drifted downward like falling snow. Naruto exhaled slowly. His cloak fluttered in the fading heatwave. Hikari descended, her radiant glow flickering dimly now, breath ragged from the effort, but she was still upright, still defiant. Below her, Arbok let out one final groan, its massive form shuddering, and then collapsing completely. It fainted, the body sprawled across the fractured stone, steam still rising from its scorched scales. Kabuto stared at it, eyes twitching, disbelief quickly twisting into scorn. He scoffed, trying to mask his shaking hands as he stepped back as he returned the snake. Humph. So what? His voice dripped with venom, but it cracked at the edges. You think this means you've won? That was just a test, just a warm-up. He gave a forced laugh. I've gotten what I came for. A sharp hiss of breath broke through the haze. Hikari's light finally dimming. Her body trembled, then, slowly, she began to sink, her strength finally giving out. Naruto caught her gently midair, just as she began to stagger, the strain of the battle catching up all at once. He cradled her gently, slipping her close as he tucked her into the safety of his cloak. Rest now, he murmured, brushing her head with calm affection. You did amazing. She let out a faint, weary hum and then stilled, safe against his chest. Two grunts stumbled into the chamber from one of the side tunnels, coughing and panting, their arms weighed down by torn satchels overflowing with jagged, dark crystal shards. Sir, one of them gasped. We have to go. Now. That thing's pushing back, we can't hold it off anymore. We got enough of the sample crystals, we're done here. Kabuto's eye twitched as he turned to them, lips curling. Fools. You led it here. But it was already too late. From the heart of the chamber, from the shattered crystal pile left behind by their theft, something began to rise. A shadow peeled itself off the fragments, growing, stretching, and reshaping. From its back spilled tendrils of living shadow, twisting like blades of smoke and ice, dragging the air into a deathly stillness. The entire chamber froze, breath crystallizing midair as it spoke. Its voice didn't echo through the chamber. It reverberated in their skulls. I warned you. You are not of the chosen blood. The air grew colder, not from wind, but from will. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone beneath its feet, as if the chamber itself recoiled from its presence. The entity's glowing violet eyes narrowed, flickering like twin dying stars. You were told to leave this place buried. You've stolen from the dead, bled from what was sealed. Your kind is not welcome. A long silence like the breath before a storm. Then, with terrifying calm. Leave, or be hollowed. The temperature plummeted. Frost raced across the chamber walls. The air itself seemed to resist movement, thick with dread. The grunts panicked. One dropped his satchel of crystals, scrambling to grab it with trembling hands. We're not staying for that thing. It's watching us go, go. They fled, crashing through the smoke-choked tunnel, their screams echoing into the dark. But Kabuto didn't move. He stood still, perfectly composed, his eyes fixed on the entity studying it. Even with his lab coat whipping in the unnatural wind, even with the ice forming along his cuffs, his breath was steady. He turned just slightly, just enough to cast a look back toward Naruto. Eyes sharp. Voice even. You. He said, with a ghost of a smirk. You're more troublesome than expected. A pause, just long enough to sting. But I'll remember your face. Then he dropped a smoke pellet. It burst in a cloud of hiss and ash, and when it cleared, Kabuto was gone. All that remained was the chill. And the towering entity of crystal and shadow, still watching. The chamber had fallen silent again. The last traces of Kabuto's smoke dispersed, leaving behind only cracked stone, flickering embers, and frost. The entity shifted. Its head turned slow, deliberate, and now, its gaze fell on Naruto. That bone-white mask tilted just slightly, the violet eyes behind it pulsing once with a low hum. Everyone else stood frozen. Even Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru felt the weight of the creature's attention, but it wasn't looking at them. It was locked onto him. Onto Naruto. Naruto was about to ask Hikari something, but she was frozen in place. The blonde looked over, seeing Ino in the middle of a screaming fit. Her mouth opened in a rising yell, but the sound never left her throat. Everything stopped. Naruto blinked, and when his eyes opened again, the world around him was gone. No Hikari. No Nova. No Choji. No Shikamaru. No Ino. Just him and the creature. They stood together in a suspended space, caught between breaths, a void of silence, where time had no meaning. Everything was still. Weightless. Distant. The creature's shape was no longer flickering. It stood tall, solid once more, but its presence had changed. It no longer radiated rage but intention. It wanted to speak. The violet glow of its eyes intensified as its voice reached Naruto again, not spoken aloud, but poured directly into his mind. The violet glow from the creature's eyes brightened, casting long shadows across the frozen void. Its voice returned. Low, ancient, and echoing not in the air, but within Naruto's very being. Welcome, chosen blood. I have been waiting for you. Naruto's brow furrowed. His fists clenched slightly. What do you mean, chosen? He asked, his voice quiet but steady in the stillness. The creature didn't move, but the void itself seemed to shiver with its response. The violet light pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat woven from the stars. You are one of the children of prophecy. Descendants chosen by fate, to carry the weight of the world. Long before your time, it was foretold that those born of great conflict would shape what comes after. The ones who walk this path, your path, can bring about either balance, or ruin. A brief silence followed. In that moment, Naruto felt the enormity of it settle on his shoulders, like the whole world was leaning into him. The creature continued, its voice turning almost reverent. You carry the fire. The will to defy what came before. Your choice will tip the scales. You may walk the path of hatred, and bring the world to its knees. Or. A faint shimmer rippled through the void. You can forge your own way. Reject vengeance. Choose peace. Choose something new. The void pulsed again, slower this time, as though holding its breath. This is not destiny. It is a choice. But once chosen, the path cannot be unwalked. The words echoed in his mind. Balance or ruin. Peace or hatred. The fate of the world. Naruto stood still in the void, staring up at the towering shadow creature, the weight of its revelation pressing down on him like a mountain. His fists trembled. He'd faced pain before. Loss. Rejection. But this was different. This was being asked to carry the world. And then, his thoughts drifted to Nova, whose flame never wavered. To Hikari, who would burn herself out just to keep him safe. To all the Pokemon who stood at his side not because they were forced to, but because they chose to. They weren't just allies. They were family. He remembered how they fought. How they bled. They looked at him like he was more than what the world said he was. And he remembered why he fought in the first place. Not for destiny. Not for prophecy. But for the bonds he'd built with his own two hands. His heart beat once stronger now. And still, the creature waited. Motionless. Silent. Its violet eyes glowing in the stillness, unreadable but patient. It didn't push. It didn't demand. It knew. This was his choice alone. Naruto lifted his head. The weight was still there, crushing, heavy, real. But his eyes were steady now. He took a breath. Not to calm himself. To declare. Then I choose my own path. His voice rang through the void, firm, unwavering. Not loud. Not angry. Just true. I'm not here to be what someone else wants me to be. I'm not a weapon. I'm not a prophecy. He stepped forward, the shadow creature looming above him like a god. But if you're telling me I have the power to choose, his hand curled into a fist. Then I'll choose to protect the family I care about. He thought again of Nova, Hikari, the others. His family. His bond. I don't know what peace looks like yet. Not really. But I know I'm not gonna find it by hating the world. The creature watched him in silence, and then a pulse of light, soft, warm, almost respectful, glowed from its core. And with a voice quieter now, like the closing of a book. Spoken like the true blood. We will meet again, Naruto. The blonde was surprised the creature knew his name. As the light of the void began to crack around them, Naruto took a step forward, eyes still locked on the shadowy being. Wait. His voice cut through the fading silence. Before you go, who are you, really? For the first time, the creature seemed caught off guard. Its violet eyes widened slightly behind the mask. Then a low, rumbling chuckle echoed from deep within its chest. Not cruel. Not kind. Just, ancient. Curious, are you? The voice murmured. Very well. The figure began to change again, not unraveling this time, but expanding, rising like a storm-given shape. The bone-white mask shattered into dust, revealing a long, angular head framed by 6 golden, spike-like protrusions. Its body twisted, stretching into a serpentine form, armored in thick, gray plating with crimson stripes burning like molten veins. Massive black wings unfurled from its back, if they could be called wings at all, ribbon-like and jagged, each one pulsing with shadow, coiling like smoke given gravity. The creature let out a sound, not a roar, but a low, reverberating growl that shook the very edges of the void. There was no doubt. Giratina. The Banished One. The Keeper of the Reverse World. The Shadow of Balance. It loomed high above Naruto now in its full, altered for me, massive and majestic, terrible and divine. Its glowing violet eyes are now crimson orbs, locked with his one last time. You walk the boundary of worlds, it said, voice deeper now, like tectonic plates grinding beneath the earth. When the time comes, you will understand why we watched. Then, with a final pulse of shadow light, Giratina dissolved into a cyclone of black mist and vanished. The void cracked apart. Fractures of light split the air like lightning over frozen glass. Giratina's form dissolved into spiraling black mist, and in the next breath, time surged back. Heat. Sound. Gravity. Everything snapped into motion. Naruto blinked once, twice, and suddenly. Aowa. Where did it go? Ino screamed, stumbling back. It was right in front of us, I saw it. What the hell was that thing? Ino's scream finally tore loose, echoing across the chamber as if it had been held back by a dam. Naruto winced, one eye twitching. Really? He muttered, rubbing the side of his head as the moment dissolved around him. The ancient mystery, the weight of prophecy, the shadow of gods, and the first thing he hears is Ino blowing out her lungs. Shikamaru's eyes darted across the chamber, hand half raised in reflex. There was fire, like, a lot of fire. Then it just. He stopped, scanning the now empty space. Choji shifted beside him, still holding the tiny Fanpy protectively. Did it vanish? None of them had seen the creature leave. None of them felt the void that swallowed Naruto whole. But Naruto had. He took a breath and smiled as Hikari nuzzled back inside his cloak as he brushed the cracked stone behind him. Around him, the world had resumed, the smoke was clearing, the crystals still sizzled, and the battle's aftermath was settling into silence. But in Naruto's eyes something had changed. He took another breath, slower this time. The heat of the battlefield lingered, but the strange chill from the void still clung to his skin. Naruto. Ino called cautiously, approaching him with hesitant steps. Did you see where it went? That thing? Naruto glanced at her just briefly. Then past her, at the spot where Giratina had stood only moments ago. He gave a small shrug, casual, too casual. I don't know, he muttered, brushing ash from his sleeve. Then he turned away, already walking toward the scorched remnants of the chamber as if it didn't matter. As if none of it had shaken him. The stone there was still cracked and scorched, faint tendrils of black mist curling from the edges like smoke that refused to die. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't press. Choji gave a quiet nod and let the moment pass. Naruto said nothing else. The name. The prophecy. The weight. It was still echoing in the back of his mind like the ringing after a thunderclap. Ino watched him go, brows furrowed. Her mouth opened like she wanted to say something more then closed again. He's hiding something, she thought. But not out of arrogance. It felt heavier than that. She didn't push. Not yet. But she kept her eyes on him. Behind them, the last of the mist began to fade. The sizzle of fractured crystals echoed softly. And somewhere deep inside Naruto the echoes of Giratina's voice still stirred. They were making their way through the fractured remains of the chamber, the dust finally starting to settle behind them. Naruto led the way, quietly. The others trailed a few paces behind wary, whispering, trying to make sense of everything they just witnessed. Then Naruto stopped. He snapped his fingers and lightly smacked his fist into his open palm, like he'd just remembered something important. Ah, right. He turned around to face them with a wide grin. Too wide. His eyes were closed in a cheery expression, but the air around him shifted. Something about it was just slightly off. You all saw some things you weren't supposed to see, he said in a sing-song tone, things that should really stay secret. The trio blinked. Which normally would be fine, he went on, smile never wavering. If one of you wasn't a total big mouth. He tilted his head slightly. And I think we all know who I'm talking about. Ino's face went pale. Wait, what? She took a step back. You can't be serious, Naruto, come on. She shrieked. Shikamaru frowned. That's a joke. Right? Choji looked between them, confused but clearly worried. Naruto gave a soft chuckle. I'm afraid I'm going to have to erase your memories. He opened one eye, its sclera a shade darker than shadow, the iris a deep, glassy violet. Faint rings rippled outward from the pupil, like the surface of water touched by falling rain. It gleamed with quiet intensity, ancient and unreadable. Everything after me saving Choji. Poof. Gone. What? Ino shrieked, now in full-blown panic. You can't just go wiping our memories like some creepy ghost psychic freak. Naruto stepped forward just a little, aura flaring faintly in the dim light. Maybe just a little psychic pressure. Nothing permanent. Then, after a long, tense beat, he burst out laughing. Kidding. His usual tone returned as he turned and kept walking. Mostly. Ino stood frozen, face red with a mix of fear and fury. Shikamaru just sighed and muttered, troublesome. Choji gave a nervous chuckle but kept close to the others just in case. Naruto walked ahead, hands behind his head, grin fading slightly as he stared forward into the ruined tunnel. But none of them saw his expression this time. His eyes were open now, calm, serious, and distant. The trio followed a few steps behind, still trying to recover from the scare. He was joking, Ino muttered, mostly to herself. He had to be joking. Choji nodded slowly, though he was still glancing over his shoulder. I mean, right? That's just Naruto being Naruto. Even Shikamaru, hands tucked into his pockets, gave a tired shrug. If he wanted to erase our memories, he'd have done it already. A pause. Probably. Then, with no warning at all, Naruto vanished from their sight in a blink of motion. Wah! Before Ino could even finish the thought, a gentle tap to the side of her neck sent her crumpling like a string-cut puppet. Choji barely turned before Naruto appeared behind him, two fingers pressed lightly against the base of his skull. The big guy slumped over mid-step, completely unconscious. Both fell harmlessly to the ground, breathing steadily. Unharmed. But out cold. Phanpy squeaked in alarm, startled by the sudden blur of movement. Her wide eyes darted between Naruto and her fallen trainer, clearly unsure whether to run or charge. Naruto gave the tiny ground type a gentle, reassuring smile, his tone soft. "He's okay. Just sleeping." Phanpy hesitated, then let out a small huff, still wary but no longer afraid. Only Shikamaru remained standing, frozen. Eyes wide. Mind racing. But strangely, not surprised. He looked up slowly and Naruto was standing right in front of him, arms relaxed at his sides. "You're not wiping mine?" Shikamaru asked, already calculating. Naruto studied him for a long second. His expression was quiet. Measured. Then he exhaled. "Not completely," he said at last. "Just enough." His hand rose, 2 fingers extended, faint light pooling at the tips like drifting stardust. It shimmered softly in the air, unnatural but gentle, as if memory itself were being sifted through invisible threads. Shikamaru didn't move. "Why not all of it?" he asked. Naruto gave a half-smile, this one honest, a little tired. "Because I think I can trust you. At least enough to let your mind fill in the blanks." A flick of aura. A soft pulse. Shikamaru blinked then staggered slightly, catching himself. The memory of the shadowy figure, the freezing void, the voice in his head gone. Blurred out. As if it were a dream he couldn't quite remember. But the memory of the battle? Of Naruto stepping forward, cloak burning, of victory hard won? Still there. Just, reframed. Enough to keep the truth hidden. Enough to keep the secret safe. Naruto glanced once more at Ino and Choji, still unconscious on the ground. Phanpy had stayed by Choji's side, her tiny trunk gently rubbing his arm, trying to wake him with soft, anxious nudges. Then to Shikamaru. "Help them up when they come to." He turned, walking ahead once more. "Tell them I just needed a quiet moment alone." Shikamaru watched him go, frowning slightly. "TCH, yeah. You and your quiet moments." But there was no anger in his voice. Only thought. And just a hint of respect. They walked on in silence, footsteps soft against the damp stone floor. Phanpy stayed close to Choji's side, occasionally reaching up to nudge him with her trunk, even as he stirred faintly. Naruto said nothing more, just kept walking a few paces ahead, his cloak brushing the walls as the tunnel slowly widened. Then. "Hey, look!" Ino suddenly called, her voice slicing through the haze of thought. She pointed ahead where warm, golden light filtered through the tunnel's end like an invitation. Sunlight. They quickened their pace. Moments later, the teens stepped out of the cave's mouth, blinking against the brilliance of the outside world. They raised their hands to shield their eyes as sunlight poured over them, washing away the lingering cold of the ruins. And then life returned in full. Laughter. The distant calls of wind gulls overhead. And the soothing sound of waves breaking against the shore. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes adjusting. Far in the distance stood the Tower of Mastery, rising proudly in the distance. Below them stretched the familiar coastal city of Shalar, its rooftops glittering under the afternoon sun. A winding trail led down the hillside toward it, lined with soft grass and patches of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. Choji and Ino lit up. With no hesitation, he broke into a full sprint down the hill, his Phanpy squealing with joy as it raced beside him, stubby legs moving fast for such a small body. Fresh air. And food. Choji shouted, throwing his arms up. With a sudden laugh, he took off running down the hill. Meat, meat, meat. Choji bellowed, as Phanpy squealed happily and galloped after him. Choji blinked, then gave Naruto a cheerful wave. Thanks for the save back there, he called with a grin before breaking into a full jog down the path after the tiny ground type. Ugh, wait up. Ino groaned, rolling her eyes. She flipped her hair over one shoulder and muttered, "My hair is going to need an hour of deep conditioner after this nightmare." Then, half walking, half jogging after Choji, she tossed Naruto a lazy side wave, barely looking back. "Later, I guess." And she was gone, swallowed up in sunlight and beach breeze. Shikamaru stood beside Naruto, watching the chaos unfold. He sighed. What a drag. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Choji might be my best friend, but when he locks onto food like that, forget it. He turned, stepping after the others. Take care, Naruto. A pause. Whatever you're carrying, I hope it doesn't crush you. Then he was gone. And just like that, Naruto stood alone once more at the cave's mouth. The sounds of joy drifted up from the city below. The shadow of the cave behind him. And ahead a path still unridden. The Uzumaki walked the winding path downhill, the ocean breeze tugging gently at his cloak. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the briny, sun-warmed air as it rolled in from the open sea. Before him, the ocean stretched endlessly, its surface glittering beneath the afternoon sun. But far off on the misty horizon, he could just make out the faint shape of the opposite coastline, distant, dreamlike. I haven't been to the ocean in a while, he murmured, a soft smile touching his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly against the glare on the water, and the tail of his black cloak fluttered behind him in the breeze. Despite the region being a popular destination, the beach below wasn't nearly as crowded as he'd expected, which suited him just fine. We could probably train a bit before the gym battle, he mused aloud, eyes scanning the shoreline. The water close to shore was a vivid aqua, almost crystalline, but just beyond that, it deepened into a rich, endless blue, like an open sky turned liquid. It was breathtaking. Naruto's thoughts wandered to his team, Nova, Hikari, and the others. They'd earned this. They'd all fought hard. They deserved a break. They deserved a beach day. He trailed further down the coastline, feet kicking up flecks of sand until he reached a more secluded area, hidden from the bustle of the main beach. Here, the sand was pale ivory, denser and firmer beneath his feet, with sparse trees dotting the wide, open space. Clusters of grass swayed gently in the wind, the only sound being the soft hush of the waves. It was quiet. Peaceful. Naruto stood still for a moment, gazing out at the expansive oceanic vista. In the distance, colorful umbrellas lined the busier shore, their hues dotting the sand like wildflowers. From here, the people looked like ants, scurrying dots lost in summer joy. He finally dropped his blanket over a dry patch of sand and sat, letting his eyes follow the skyline. The contrast in colors, the deep blue sea, the golden beach, the scattered clouds glowing white in a sea of sky, held his gaze. The blonde stepped onto the sun-warmed sand and took a slow breath, savoring the scent of salt and sea. All right, guys, come on out. You've earned this. With practiced ease, Naruto released his team. First came Thor, his ever-energetic, who let out a loud "Bazaar," and immediately began kicking up sand, dashing toward the edge of the surf with sparks dancing across his fur. Then, in a shimmer of red light, Neon emerged, her silver coat immaculate, her steps precise. She glanced around the beach with a soft V, nose twitching at the smell of salt water, before daintily avoiding a clump of seaweed like it had personally offended her. Naruto chuckled. Still got a flair for the dramatic, huh, Neon? She flicked her tail with practiced elegance, choosing to ignore him. Then appeared Levi, landing lightly on the sand after a graceful flip, breathing evenly. Levi didn't move right away. He turned his head toward the vast ocean, blinking slowly. His breath hitched just a little, he hadn't realized how wide and deep it truly was until now. The endless horizon, the shifting colors of blue, the sound of the surf crashing and pulling back again. It was overwhelming. But beautiful. His paws sank gently into the damp sand, and he stared for a long moment. This was his first time seeing the ocean. The sea breeze stirred his fur. The salt in the air made his nose twitch. He looked over his shoulder at Naruto. Naruto gave him a small nod and a quiet smile. Go on. You'll like it. Levi took a hesitant step forward, then another, then broke into a sprint, racing after Thor and diving into the shallow surf. A massive splash erupted around him as he landed beside the Electabuzz, water soaking them both. Levi blinked at the sensation, then laughed softly, almost startled by his own delight. Thor let out a booming laugh and slapped a wave of water at him. Levi retaliated with a spinning kick that sent a small arc of seawater crashing back. A splash war was born. From her perch on the rock, Neon raised an eyebrow. She muttered, inching herself away from a rogue splash that threatened to dampen her pristine fur. She huffed and resumed grooming, clearly unimpressed. Naruto stood at the shoreline, arms crossed, a grin spreading across his face as he watched Levi dash in and out of the waves with a lightness he rarely showed in battle. First time seeing the sea, huh, he said softly. Guess there's a first time for everything. He looked toward the horizon. Let it be a good memory, Levi. And finally the wind shifted. A powerful gust swept across the shore as Toru emerged in a swirl of air and light. Her sleek, metallic lime green scales shimmered under the sun, and her crimson wings spread wide as she let out a low, rumbling cry that made the waves pause for just a second. There she is, Naruto grinned. Toru hovered just above the sand for a moment before settling beside him, her tail coiling around in a protective half-circle. Then she lowered her massive head and nuzzled his shoulder, with a low, pleased hum. Naruto leaned into her touch and scratched under her chin, just where she liked it. You were amazing today, Toru. Those boulder creeps practically cried when you roared in the cave. She rumbled again, clearly pleased. When we hit the city, he said softly, I'm getting you the best treat I can find. Promise. That earned him a warm huff of dragon breath to the face. Ha, alright, I get it. He laughed, brushing his bangs back. You want more time out. I hear you. But you're not exactly the easiest to walk through a marketplace without clearing it first. Toru responded by thudding her tail once in the sand, like a playful slap. Nearby, Thor was now chasing seagulls down the surf, sending harmless shocks into the waves. Neon, perched atop a sun-warmed rock, was grooming herself meticulously, clearly disapproving of Thor's chaos. Levi sat in quiet meditation on Naruto's beach towel, his aura sensors twitching slightly but peacefully. Naruto lay back, hands behind his head, staring up at the sky that mirrored the ocean. Yeah, we've earned this, he whispered. The waves lapped gently at the sand as Naruto walked the shoreline, barefoot now, cloak swaying behind him with every step. He kept his gaze forward, but his attention never strayed far from his team. Thor and Levi were still roughhousing in the shallows, water flying with each splash and burst of laughter. Neon remained poised on her sun-warmed rock, eyes half-lidded in dramatic disdain. Toru watched from her perch, alert but calm, tail slowly sweeping the sand behind her. Naruto smiled faintly. Then Nova's voice rang in his mind, cool and steady. You encountered Giratina. Naruto didn't stop walking. His steps remained measured. But the air around him suddenly felt thinner. Yeah, he replied aloud, voice just above a whisper. Was planning to talk to you about it later. Naruto's expression hardened. Nova's voice echoed softly in reply. I know. But I felt it. The distortion. Even from afar it rippled. A pause. I felt the disturbance. The distortion energy. It's faint now, but you touched something beyond the veil. Naruto exhaled slowly through his nose, keeping his gaze on the distant horizon. He called me chosen blood, Naruto replied quietly. Said I was one of the children of prophecy, said I'd bring peace or ruin. There was a pause. Then Nova spoke again. You've always carried weight far beyond your years. But this is ancient. This is cosmic. Another few steps. The water kissed his feet. Do you think he was lying? Naruto asked softly. No. Nova's reply was immediate. But his truth is not whole. Giratina sees the world through rifts and cracks through exile. He tells only what serves the balance he protects. Naruto stopped walking. He turned slightly to glance over his shoulder at his Pokemon, his family still laughing, still whole. He said, I had a choice. And that's the only part that matters. Nova's tone held a rare softness. Power doesn't define fate. Choice does. And you, Naruto, have always chosen your own path. A silence passed between them, comfortable, knowing. Then Naruto cracked a small smile, hands in his pockets. Appreciate the pep talk, Nova. Thought you were gonna scold me. You've had enough lectures for one day. A pause. But next time you wander into a god's shadow, give me a heads up. Naruto chuckled. No promises. The connection faded, but its warmth lingered. Naruto turned back toward the waves, the sun now dipping lower in the sky, painting everything in a golden glow. Beneath his cloak, Hikari stirred, letting out a faint chirp as she shifted slightly against his back. He could feel her moving just enough to suggest she hadn't quite fallen asleep all the way. Naruto reached back gently, patting the spot above her head with slow, comforting strokes. Easy, just rest, he murmured. She gave a small, sleepy sound somewhere between a squeak and a hum and nuzzled deeper into the cloak's lining. Naruto's touch slowed, lulling her back into quiet breathing. He stood like that for another moment, the waves crashing rhythmically in front of him. He had just turned his gaze back toward the water when his wristwatch suddenly rang a soft, crystalline tone that broke the peaceful hush of the beach. His team was still playing, Levi and Thor darting in and out of the surf, trading playful hits, while Toru lay coiled on a sun-warmed boulder. The sea breeze tugged gently at his cloak. And for now, that was enough. Naruto had just turned to head back toward his team when he tapped his wristwatch, expecting a weather alert or something routine, but froze when he saw the name glowing on the screen. Uncle Steven. His eyes widened slightly. Oh man. He hesitated for half a second, then sighed and tapped to answer. With a soft mechanical click, the display lit up as a small, light blue hologram flickered upward. Forming the precise, sharply defined image of Stephen Stone's face, arms crossed, calm and composed, even as a projected image. Stephen, hi, he greeted quickly, voice tight but cheerful. He straightened up instinctively, even though no one could see him. Naruto, came the calm, polished voice on the other end. Good to hear from you. You've been dodging my radar again. Naruto chuckled nervously as he started walking down the beach, boots brushing through the sand. The shoreline curved gently into a quieter cove, a more private place, tucked away from the open stretch where the others played. Yeah, sorry about that. A lot going on. You know how it is. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Clearly, Stephen said dryly, before his tone lightened. So. You've got, what, 5 badges now? Stephen asked casually, with a note of confidence. Naruto blinked, then let out an awkward laugh. 2, actually. A pause. 2. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I've kinda been taking my time. With your talent, I figured you'd have at least 5 by now. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. Stephen chuckled softly. Naruto smiled, warmed by the compliment, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Thanks. That means a lot. A beat. Yeah, well. Took a detour or two. Some things needed doing. He paused at the edge of the cove, watching the tide come in. What's wrong? I was just hoping this would be just a check-in call. Stephen's voice carried a trace of amusement, but it faded quickly when he saw Naruto's expression shift. The blonde stepped further along the beach, his boots crunching softly against a stretch of smooth, wind-worn sand. His gaze drifted to the distant, shimmering sea, now tinged gold by the late sun. You'd be right. Naruto's tone lowered. But I need a favor. Something quiet. Steven straightened slightly in the hologram. Go on. Naruto's fingers curled slightly at his side. I encountered Pokemon Hunter J a couple of weeks ago, off route. I looked into it, and the report was buried fast. Naruto said. There was a pause. Even through the hologram, Steven's silence was heavy. Focused. Are you sure? Naruto nodded slowly. I'm sure. I'm just not yet who's behind that missing file on her. But she's resurfacing, I need to know who she's working for or who she's hunting. He kicked a small stone into the waves. I was hoping you could look into her old clients, her criminal records, anything that didn't get erased when she vanished. And any pattern of missing Pokemon that hasn't made headlines. Steven's voice returned, quiet but firm. Naruto, this isn't something you chase without backup. I know. But I'm not about to let her start hunting again without someone keeping an eye on it. His eyes narrowed slightly. Steven sighed. You could have gone to the Pokemon Police or League Association. You know, Looker owes me favors. I could put you in touch with him. He'd dig deep for you. Naruto's brow furrowed. Yeah. And then I'd have a tracker, a tail, and a full league escort following me everywhere I go. You know how they operate. I'm not looking to get babysat. I want to move discreetly. Steven didn't answer right away. I'll see what I can dig up. No promises, but I'll do what I can, Steven said seriously. Send me what you have, and I'll follow the threads. Naruto exhaled slowly. Thanks, uncle. Naruto's voice was sincere now, a little softer. Just, let me know if anything solid surfaces. I will do, but Naruto. Yeah. If you find her before anyone again, don't do anything reckless, Steven said seriously. You're not alone. Don't try to carry this whole thing by yourself. Naruto smiled, but there was a hint of mischief in it now. You're starting to sound like Cynthia. The teen grinned. Steven's response was dry. Funny you say that. You might want to call Cynthia soon. She's been trying to reach you. Naruto froze mid-step. Oh no, she knows. Yep, she knows about your little encounter with Jay. She's worried. Says it's been days since you checked in. Naruto stared into the ocean like it held his impending doom. She's gonna kill me. She might. And knowing her, she'll find you first. Naruto's voice jumped an octave. Gotta go. If I disappear, tell the League it was Cynthia. Full vaporization. No body. He hung up in a panic. Standing alone in the cove, Naruto slowly lowered the wristwatch and muttered to himself. I am so dead. The sound of skidding wheels broke through Naruto's thoughts, a sharp screech of roller skates against concrete echoing from the stone stairwell behind him. He turned his head casually, expecting a passerby, maybe another tourist kid messing around on the beach path. But what he saw gave him pause. A girl in a white and red dress over black cycling shorts flew down the steps on a pair of custom skates, her blonde ponytail whipping behind her like a comet trail. She moved with practiced control, leaning sharply into the curves of each landing as she tried to perfect a new maneuver, her expression a mix of focus and thrill. In her left hand, she wore a sleek mega glove, the polished stone inset catching a glint of sun as she balanced through the curve of her descent. Naruto was just about to look away, uninterested, until something else caught his eye. A Lucario. It ran alongside her, not behind, not catching up, but perfectly in step. Every turn she leaned into it mirrored with silent poise. Its muscles were taut, movements sharp, and its eyes locked forward with intense clarity. The Pokemon wasn't being dragged along. It was moving as one with her, fluid, confident, practiced. Naruto's expression shifted slightly. That kind of unity didn't happen overnight. He knew a bond when he saw one. He watched quietly as the girl and her Lucario glided past the edge of the cove, headed toward the smoother path near the city. He didn't know who she was yet, but that kind of control, that synergy. She wasn't just skating. She was training. Naruto's curiosity tugged at him as he watched the skater girl and her Lucario move in perfect sync. He raised a hand slightly, ready to call out. "Hey, can I ask you someth? TCH, figures you be chasing after skater girls instead of training." Naruto blinked and turned just as Kiba strutted up the path with his usual swagger, hands behind his head and a sharp grin on his face. Trotting beside him was Akamaru, his ever-energetic Growlithe, who gave a small bark and a tail wag more polite than his trainer. Behind him, Shino walked calmly and silently, hood up, sunglasses still in place like he'd been dragged into this against his will but was tolerating it. Naruto groaned internally before his face even changed. Of course. He should have known. They're probably here for a gym badge, too. He glanced away briefly, muttering inwardly. TCH. I was really hoping not to run into them today. Guess my good luck streak had to end sometime. He rolled his eyes aloud this time. Good to see you too, Kiba. Still talking like you've actually won something this year? Kiba scoffed. Ha. I'm just waiting for the right moment to dominate. And that moment is now. Naruto was about to reply when a new voice cut through the sea breeze like a blade. Still wasting time, huh? The voice said coolly. That's your training regimen now? Sandcastles and snack breaks? Naruto, not even looking at him, as Hikari peeked her head out of his cloak, hearing different voices waking her up from her rest. Nah. We finished those hours ago. You're late. Sasuke's brow twitched. Dope. Nearby, Kiba laughed loudly. Wait, you play in the sand, Naruto. He elbowed Shino, grinning. Naruto didn't look at either of them. He simply rubbed a finger over Hikari's soft forehead as she shifted beneath his cloak. Her tiny form settled again, comforted by the rhythm. You two talk a lot for people I've already beaten. Kiba flinched. Okay, rude. Shino muttered from behind him. Accurate, though. You two really have a thing for showing up right when the piece gets good, huh? Naruto shrugged, not even glancing at them. Kiba never shuts up, and Sasuke shows up like a horror movie sequel nobody asked for. Hey! Kiba barked. At least I show up before the battle starts. Sasuke didn't bite, his eyes drifted toward the shoreline, where Levi was splashing through the shallow surf with Thor, exchanging playful hits with a water-worn beach ball. But even in play, there was precision. Control. Focus. Sasuke's gaze narrowed. That Ryolu's new. Where did you get it? His voice cut through the air flat, direct, and just short of a command. Naruto stood back up, brushing sand from his knees. Yeah. His tone was light, but edged. Not that it's any of your business. Sasuke took a slow step forward, his expression unreadable, eyes locked on Levi. And I can feel your dramatic tension from all the way over there, Naruto replied dryly. What do you want, Sasuke? A battle. Naruto gave a tired sigh. Of course you do. While Naruto bantered with Kiba and fended off Sasuke's intense stares, something else was happening just a few yards away along the surf. Thor had found a half-deflated beach ball bobbing at the edge of the surf and wasted no time dragging Levi into a new game. At first, it was casual light tosses across the tide. But it quickly escalated. The two moved like rivals and siblings, Levi, precise and balanced, Thor, all momentum and crackling joy. They slammed the ball back and forth, harder and faster each time. Then Thor grinned widely, his fur crackling with static. With a spin and a shout, he slammed the ball with a powered-up brick break, sending its TRKNG toward Levi like a shot out of a cannon. The others noticed Kiba mid-sentence, Naruto halfway through a retort as the ball blurred through the air like an incoming attack. But Levi didn't flinch. With one smooth breath, he leapt into the air, foot ignited in a sharp blaze of flame and aura. Blaze kick. He struck the ball midair, the impact sending a spray of heat and water as the ball launched back across the beach right into Thor's open hands. The Electabuzz skidded back, sand spraying around his heels, grinning like a maniac. Then they went right back to playing, now knee-deep in the surf, the ball glowing faintly from all the impact energy. Kiba's jaw hung slightly open. Are they playing or trying to kill each other? Naruto grinned. Nah. That's just how they bond. Kiba crossed his arms. Alright, I'm saying it now, I want a battle with that Riolu. Naruto looked at him sideways. You. Pretty sure you're still recovering from your last loss at the Battle Chateau, ring a bell? TCH, come on. Kiba pointed dramatically. That Riolu's got skills. You think I'm just gonna stand here and not challenge him? Akamaru and I are ready. Akamaru barked beside him, pawing the ground eagerly. Before Naruto could respond, another voice spoke sharp and steady. You're not the only one. Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze once again locked on Levi. That power, it's rare. And precise. He stopped beside Naruto, the tension in the air thickening as he added. I want to battle him too. Naruto blinked, unimpressed, ready to decline but stopped when he felt a tug at his cloak. He looked down. Levi was standing there, a small paw gripping the fabric, his crimson eyes steady and focused. Naruto looked down as the Riolu gave a subtle nod and held the hem of his cloak, signaling clearly. Naruto exhaled softly, then bent down, kneeling to Levi's level so their eyes met just a quiet moment. Their thoughts connected immediately. You sure about this? His thoughts came warm, measured, and protective. You don't have to prove anything. Not to them. Not to me. Levi blinked once and nodded slowly. He wanted this. For himself. I need to know how far I've come. Not against Thor. Not against Toru. Against someone new. I want to grow. Naruto looked at him for a moment, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Then let's see how far you've come. Naruto smiled softly, eyes warm as he reached out and gently rubbed the fur on Levi's head. Levi's eyes closed briefly, soaking in the trust between them. Naruto stood up again and faced the others, his usual grin returning but sharper now. Wasn't planning to battle today. This was supposed to be a beach day. He dusted off the sand from his pants as he straightened up. But only because Levi could use a warm-up before our next gym battle. He looked over his shoulder at Sasuke, a smirk growing. Consider this your rematch. And your reality check. Sasuke didn't respond with words. He simply pulled a pokeball from his belt and held it forward, silent fire in his eyes. Levi stepped forward, paws pressing into the sand, aura sensors glowing faintly with anticipation. And just like that the battle was on. Hey! What about my battle? Kiba growled. Shino, ever the realist, chimed in. Naruto already defeated you at the Battle Chateau, I believe your Houndour is still recovering from the embarrassment. Dude, seriously. Kiba spun toward him. You said you wouldn't bring that up in public. Shino adjusted his glasses. I said I wouldn't mention it during lunch that time. This is different. Kiba threw his arms up in frustration. Fine. Whatever. Let Emo Prince go first. He crossed his arms again. But I'm next. He and Shino stepped back, giving space. Sasuke took one step closer, eyes now focused, serious. Levi stepped forward in front of Naruto, aura sensors twitching, energy humming softly around him. The air shifted. The surf hissed softly behind them as the makeshift battlefield cleared, the sun casting long shadows across the sand. Sasuke's eyes never left Levi. In one smooth motion, he threw the pokeball in front of him, his voice low, but firm. "Let's go." A sharp flash of red light burst forth, and with a thud in the sand, his chameleon appeared. The Pokemon stood tall and lean, its reddish-orange skin slick and glinting in the sunlight. Its tail flame flickered brighter as it crouched slightly, battle-ready eyes narrowing with fierce intensity. But as the dust settled, Naruto's eyes narrowed too. He took a half-step forward, gaze sweeping over the chameleon's posture, and paused. There were bruises. Faint but visible. One across the left side of its ribs. A thin scar beneath its jaw. Nothing fresh. But not fully healed either. Naruto frowned. "That's not from training." His voice was quiet but edged with something sharper, concern or suspicion. Sasuke didn't respond. He raised a hand slightly, signaling his partner forward. The chameleon let out a low growl, crouching lower, claws flexing against the sand. Levi, silent until now, slid into stance. His aura sensors pulsed once, sharp, synchronized, and a faint shimmer of light circled his form. He wasn't playing anymore. Far above, Korina's expression turned thoughtful. Her Lucario tilted its head. They saw it too. The space between the two Pokemon hummed with tension. One born of quiet DSPLN. The other battle scars and something not yet spoken. Naruto exhaled and gave a small nod to Levi. "All right, bud. Let's see what we're working with." Then a blur of yellow fur and static sparks barreled into the space beside Levi. Thor bounded over, sliding into position next to Levi with sparks dancing off his fur and a wide, toothy grin. He struck a mock boxing stance, fists buzzing. "Buzz buzz," he barked. Naruto blinked, then laughed softly. "Really?" He looked down at him. "You wantin' that bad, huh?" Thor nodded vigorously, eyes flashing with excitement. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a grin. "Looks like we've got some enthusiasm on our side." He motioned casually between his two Pokemon. "How about we make it two apiece? One at a time, classic style." Sasuke studied Thor, then Levi. His eyes narrowed not in dismissal, but in calculation. He gave a small nod, folding his arms. "Fine by me." Then, dryly, "That way, I get to beat two of your Pokemon." Naruto smirked, completely unbothered. "Guess that means I get to knock two of yours out. Hope your second isn't as beat up as the first." Sasuke's gaze flicked to his chameleon, the bruises on its side catching the light for just a second. He said nothing, but the flame on its tail flickered hotter. From a distance, Korina had paused in her skating. She stood on top of the edge of a stair rail, one foot braced and wind catching in her ponytail, her Lucario at her side. Both of them watched in silence, interested now. Sasuke pulled a pokeball from his belt and gave it a quick, deliberate toss. "I'll start with this." The ball burst open in midair with a flash of red light, and when the glow faded, a Marshtomp landed squarely on the sand, its legs sinking slightly into the ground. It didn't roar or pose. It just stood there, perfectly braced, eyes fixed forward, expression unreadable, its fins twitching subtly as it adjusted to the terrain. Naruto raised a brow. "Marshtomp, huh?" His voice was calm, almost casual, but there was a flicker of curiosity beneath it. Naruto's hand shifted beneath his cloak. Without drawing attention, he slipped his fingers into the inner pocket and pulled out his Pokédex. The screen flickered on in a soft glow. Marshtomp, mud fish Pokemon, living on muddy ground that provides poor footing, has made its legs sturdy. The surface of Marshtomp's body is enveloped by a thin, sticky film that enables it to live on land. This Pokemon plays in mud on beaches when the ocean tide is low. Abilities: Torrent. This Marshtomp is male and registered to Sasuke Uchiha. He looked to the side where Thor was already stepping forward, fists crackling with excitement. The Electabuzz glanced over his shoulder and grinned at Naruto, already bouncing on the ball of his feet. Naruto let out a small chuckle and crossed his arms. "Yeah, alright. You're up first, big guy." Thor nodded with a crackling grin, fists lit and ready. Levi, who had originally stepped forward, gave a respectful nod before stepping back to watch. His aura sensors dimmed as he settled beside Naruto again, quietly observing. An Electabuzz against a Marshtomp? Man, that's not a great type matchup. Kiba leaned in. Shino nodded once. Electric moves will be ineffective. Marshtomp's typing nullifies it entirely. Naruto smirked without looking over. Good thing Thor knows how to improvise. Up on the rail above, Korona leaned against the railing, intrigued now. Her Lucario had stopped shifting and now stared, eyes narrowed in interest. Sasuke crossed his arms, tone cold. Still using brute force and flash, I see. Naruto shrugged casually. Only when it works. Thor cracked his knuckles, tail twitching. The two Pokemon faced off. One calm, grounded, technical. The other wild, explosive, relentless. Round 1, Thor vs Marshtomp. Naruto stood casually at the edge of the sand, cloak fluttering behind him, arms crossed, and a faint grin tugging at his lips. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets, posture relaxed, cloak swaying slightly in the breeze. He cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, his voice smooth and unbothered. "Go ahead." He shrugged. "You look like you could use the head start." Then, with a tilt of his head and that familiar grin forming. "Wouldn't feel right knocking you down before you even get a hit in." Sasuke's eye twitched just barely. His silence said everything. From the sidelines, Kiba let out a loud laugh, elbowing Shino with way too much enthusiasm. "Oh man, he's really pushing it. Bet he doesn't know Sasuke was the first one in our whole age group to grab 2 gym badges so far." Shino remained still, arms crossed, face unreadable beneath his hood. Then Sasuke's voice cut clean through the rising breeze. "Marshtomp bulldoze." Sasuke snapped. The ground beneath them shuddered as Marshtomp stomped forward with crushing force. A low quake rippled outward, tearing through the sand and kicking up dust in a widening arc. "Quick attack go." Thor launched forward in a yellow blur, electricity crackling behind him as he dashed low and fast across the sand. Marshtomp didn't have time to react. Thor's shoulder slammed into its midsection with sharp precision, knocking the water ground type back a step, sand kicking up around its feet. It wasn't a devastating hit, but it landed clean, and it set the tone. Thor somersaulted back and skidded into a ready stance, sparks dancing off his limbs. Not bad for a warm-up. Naruto grinned. Sasuke didn't flinch. "Bulldoze again, spread it out." Marshtomp growled low, planting its feet wide. With a sudden stomp, the ground rippled with violent force, sending a shockwave blasting outward beneath Thor's feet. "Quick attack dodge it." Naruto shouted. Thor blurred sideways just in time, lightning trailing off his limbs as he dodged left, barely outpacing the collapsing earth beneath his feet. He skidded to a stop, sparks crackling across his arms. Signal beam cut across his flank. Thor's hands lit with shifting, prismatic energy. He fired a jagged streak of rainbow light, but Marshtomp rolled to the side and slid into the next command. "Rock slide, keep him in place." Marshtomp slammed its feet into the sand, and a sudden eruption of boulders burst from the ground, arcing inward from both sides. "Quick attack, get out of there." Naruto barked. Thor burst into motion, a lightning streak across the sand but not fast enough. One stone clipped his left shoulder, sending him spinning mid-dash. He hit the ground hard, gritting his teeth, the static crackling unevenly as he clutched the arm for a half-second, grimacing. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Thor, you good?" Naruto communicated with the electric type telepathically. Thor grunted and pushed himself back to his feet, chest rising and falling with heavy, charged breaths, but he nodded once. He wasn't done yet. But Sasuke never let up. Water gun. A high-pressure stream blasted from Marshtomp's mouth. It nailed Thor mid-roll, sending him skidding across the sand, soaked and coughing. Tch, Naruto grimaced. Thor growled and pushed himself up, static crackling more erratically now. Before either of them could reset. Toxic. What? Naruto's head snapped up. Marshtomp's cheeks swelled, and with a sudden JRK of its head, it spat out a glob of thick, dark purple sludge. It Thor full in the face with a disgusting splack, smearing across his eyes and muzzle. He staggered back, growling, arms flailing as the corrosive slime temporarily blinded him, fizzing on contact with his fur. He staggered slightly, growling. As the poison began to take hold, slow, pulsing, and invasive. But Sasuke was already moving. Mud shot. Don't give him room to breathe. Marshtomp's mouth opened again, this time unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of thick, muddy blasts, each projectile fired with pinpoint pressure. Splack. 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 Thor was hit in the chest, the side, the shoulder, every shot slamming into him like a truckload of wet cement, forcing him backward as his footing turned unsteady. Mud clung to his limbs, slowing his movement, weighing him down. The poison already burning beneath his skin began to show in the way his muscles strained, his breath hitched. The combination was brutal. Thor's footing was being compromised with every blast of sludge-thick earth. He recoiled, hacking slightly, static faltering. Thor stumbled back. Naruto's expression hardened. They were caught. And now Thor was poisoned. That's bad. Sasuke's pinning him down move by move. Kiba leaned forward, wide-eyed. Shino remained silent, watching closely. Coronis Lucario stiffened slightly, noting every motion. Naruto exhaled slowly, eyes locked on the field. Then, with a flick of his wrist and a voice cool as steel. All right. Time to punch back. He pointed forward, sparks crackling through the air. Thor brick break. Thor surged forward, electricity spitting from his heels as he charged. His right fist ignited with a blazing white glow, compressed force radiating off it in volatile ripples. Across the field, Sasuke raised his voice calm, clipped. Counter with brick break. Marshtomp's arms glowed in sync, aura pulsing through its palms as it launched to meet him. They collided mid-charge. Fist against fist. Lightning against mud. And the moment they struck, a thunderous shockwave cracked the beach beneath them, sand exploding upward in a violent plume. The energy from the impact rippled outward, blasting a wide ring of dust and static around them. For a second, neither moved, locked in the clash, arms trembling, eyes locked with raw intensity. Thor gritted his teeth, muscles trembling under the strain. Marshtomp growled, pushing back, water dripping from its brow. Everyone watching went still. Even Korona leaned forward slightly. Kiba whispered, "They're dead even." "Not for long," Shino replied without turning his head. The energy between Thor and Marshtomp spiked, then snapped. With a deafening crack, the clash blew apart in a burst of raw force, sending both Pokemon flying backward in opposite directions. Thor hit the ground hard, skidding through the sand in a roll, his limbs scraping up grit and static bursting uncontrolled from his fur. Marshtomp tumbled into a crouch, slamming into a dune, kicking up a burst of sand, but it recovered faster. Sasuke's eyes flicked with precision. Avalanche. Marshtomp roared, reared back, and slammed its fists into the ground. Behind it, the air dropped in temperature instantly and a towering wave of shimmering ice rose and crashed forward like a frozen tsunami. Thor was still pushing himself up, head lowered, breath labored, poison still biting at his system. Naruto's mind clicked into motion. And then, his grin returned. Thor, catch it. Thor, without question, dug his feet in the sand, electricity flaring as he braced. The avalanche slammed into him, a brutal wall of frost and pressure that swallowed him whole. It swallowed the battlefield, crashing into Thor with massive, brutal force. The ground quaked under the weight of it. Everyone squinted into the mist, waiting for the impact to clear. For a moment nothing. Just ice. Silence. And when it did, Thor stood tall. Fists raised. Covered in ice. The frost had coated his arms like gauntlets, a gift from the very attack meant to bury him. Naruto didn't miss a beat. His voice rang out like a whip. Double ice punch. Thor leapt forward, fists still coated from the avalanche itself, reversing the attack with raw strength, driving both icy fists into Marshtomp's chest with a bone-rattling impact. The blast sent Marshtomp flying backward, finally staggering, ice shards spinning in the air around it. Gasps echoed from the sidelines. Kiba's voice cracked. No way he used the avalanche. Shino adjusted his glasses, quietly. Tactically brilliant. Unexpected. Even Korona, arms folded, unreadable, let a small grin tug at her lips. Thor's dual ice punch shattered the avalanche, shards exploding across the field in a burst of cold light. He landed hard, fists steaming, his breath ragged from both effort and the creeping effects of the poison. Across the battlefield, Marshtomp slid back, frost coating its arms, but still standing dented, but far from done. Naruto's grin twitched just for a second. In his head, he cursed. Damn it. I forgot how determined he is. His eyes narrowed slightly. I beat him already. But of course, he shows up with a Marshtomp probably picked out of a whole lineup his rich family handed him. And look at these moves. Toxic. Avalanche. Brick break. He scoffed inwardly. Who just starts with that kind of TM loadout? Must be nice having every training resource in the book handed to you. Outwardly, he stayed cool, sharp eyes locked on the battlefield. Thor, keep it together, don't let the poison slow you down. Thor growled in response, electricity flashing through his veins despite the fatigue creeping in, ice steaming off his fists. He was breathing hard, poison working through his system but burning brighter than ever. Sasuke's expression didn't change, but Naruto could feel the intent in his silence. This wasn't just a battle. It was Sasuke, showing how much sharper his edge had become. Marshtomp staggered, frost clinging to its chest, knees buckling slightly in the sand. Sparks crackled off Thor's ice-coated fists as he landed, knees bent, steam rising from his arms. His breathing was uneven now, the poison spreading faster, coiling through his bloodstream like venom. But his eyes? Still burning. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his jaw was tight. Don't falter. His voice was low, sharp. Get up. Mud shot. Now. Marshtomp let out a strained growl, limbs trembling as it pushed off one knee, mouth already glowing with gathering earth. Naruto could see at the finish line, just a breath away. But also the toll. Thor's fur crackled wildly, lightning unstable, breath ragged. He had seconds left. Naruto's eyes locked on Thor. No time to hold back. He flicked his wrist and snapped, sharp and clear. Let's finish it, dynamic punch. Thor let out a thunderous cry. Bazaar. He surged forward, an explosion around him, both fists drawn back. Swirling with chaotic, golden power. His body was a blur of motion and heat, dragging streaks of light behind him across the sand. Marshtomp, gasping, fired a rapid volley of mud shots launched from its mouth, hurtling toward Thor like missiles. One struck his shoulder, another his chest. But he didn't stop. Thor powered through the barrage, mud exploding off his arms and legs as he barreled forward and leapt. One fist glowing. Then the other. He brought them both down in a devastating twin hammer strike. Dynamic punch. Full force. The explosion of light and impact shook the beach, a sonic boom echoing across the surf. Sand and dust blasted into the air. Then the wind returned, and the dust began to settle. Marshtomp lay on its back. Out cold. Thor stood hunched, fists still glowing, chest rising slowly. Then he collapsed to one knee, finally letting out a breath, the poison surging again. Still standing. Naruto exhaled, a grin twitching at the corner of his mouth. The dust finally settled. Marshtomp lay unmoving, eyes closed, chest slowly rising and falling. Across the field, Thor knelt, breathing hard, sparks flickering across his back like dying embers. A pause. Then. Useless, Sasuke muttered coldly, pulling out Marshtomp's pokeball with a practiced flick of his wrist. A beam of red light snapped across the field, pulling the fainted Pokemon back inside. Without even looking at Naruto, Sasuke turned slightly and jerked his chin. Charmeleon. Go. From behind him, the red-scaled fire type stepped forward confidently, tail flame flaring brighter with each step. Its sharp eyes locked on Naruto, posture proud and defiant as it took its place. Naruto's eyes darkened at Sasuke's words. He said nothing, but the sharp glare he shot the Uchiha spoke volumes. He took a breath, biting down whatever retort rose in his throat. Not now. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward and lifted Thor over his shoulder with ease, his movements fluid and confident. There was no strain, just quiet, natural strength in how he handled his battered teammate. There he is, Naruto said with a grin. The champ. Thor grunted tiredly, managing a small fist pump in the air. Then immediately winced, clutching his side as the poison's effects still lingered. Naruto chuckled as he carried him toward the sideline. Tough guy act doesn't work on me, buddy. You don't have to prove anything. Thor let out a quiet breath. A real one. Not a snarl. Not a roar. Just a moment of relief, heavy and vulnerable. Only Naruto heard it. Only Naruto saw it. And that was enough. He carried Thor gently over to the sideline and settled him down next to Toru, who immediately curled protectively around her battle-worn teammate. Neon padded forward too, ears twitching, but she stayed just off to the side, watchful, concerned, but proud, and maybe just a little smug. Naruto gave Thor a small smile and dug into his side satchel. He moved carefully, mindful not to disturb the quiet, warm weight nestled beneath his cloak. Hikari was still sound asleep, tucked just between his shoulders, her breathing slow and even. Naruto could feel the faint rise and fall against his back, and he wasn't about to shift or jostle her now. I know you don't want to miss Levi's match. Get some strength back. You earned it, he said softly. He held out 2 citrus berries and 1 lum berry. Thor didn't hesitate, he grabbed all 3 and stuffed them into his mouth, cheeks puffing slightly as he crunched into the fruit. Juice dribbled down his chin as he leaned back with a satisfied sigh, the color slowly returning to his face, electricity twitching warmly across his arms again. Naruto stood tall now, turning back toward the battlefield as Levi calmly stepped forward. Round 2 was about to begin. And this time, the aura was burning. Round 2, Levi versus Charmeleon. As Levi stepped forward, calm and focused, Naruto remained still for a beat, watching Sasuke with narrowed eyes. Sasuke adjusted his stance beside Charmeleon, arms folded. His eyes flicked briefly toward Thor, now resting in the sand near Toru and Neon, chewing slowly on a citrus berry. He scoffed. You coddle them. A low mutter. Sharp enough to hear. All that fuss for a Pokemon that barely stood. Naruto didn't respond at first. Then he took a step forward, hands in his pockets, voice low but steady. You should treat them better. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? Naruto looked directly at him now, no smirk, no grin. Just fire. You treat them like tools. Like weapons. But tools break. A pause. And weapons. Eventually point the other way. Charmeleon growled softly at Sasuke's side, but Naruto's voice didn't waver. Tossing them aside when they've given everything? He shook his head. Yeah. That kind of thing sticks with you. Feels familiar. From the sidelines, Kiba flinched slightly, his usual bravado dimming. He looked toward Naruto with widened eyes, not out of fear, but something closer to respect. Or guilt. Sasuke's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes tightened. Naruto turned slightly, his cloak brushing the air behind him. I fight with my team, not above them. A faint glow shimmered from Levi's aura sensors as he took his position, silent and calm. Let's see how your pride holds up against loyalty. From the sidelines, Kiba shifted, then leaned subtly toward the taller team beside him. His voice was low, almost unsure. Hey, you think he wasn't just talking about the Pokemon, was he? Beside him, Shino pushed his shades up, still watching the battlefield without blinking. No, he said quietly. He wasn't. Above them, on the railing overlooking the scene, Korona remained still. One skate balanced on the rail, arms crossed, hair whipping in the breeze. Beside her, Lucario stood like a sentinel, rigid, focused, unmoving. But his red eyes were glowing faintly now, locked onto Levi. He could feel it. The aura. The tension. The weight of the bond. Back on the field, the two Pokemon faced off, Levi, calm and grounded, and Charmeleon, tense and coiled with fire. Naruto lifted his hand slightly, eyes never leaving Sasuke. We went second last time. He tilted his head. So, we'll go first now. Sasuke clicked his tongue quietly, folding his arms. TCH, taking turns now. What is this, kindergarten? But after a beat, he gave the smallest nod. Fine. A slow exhale. Let's see if it even matters. Naruto didn't even acknowledge the snip with a comeback. He just looked to Levi, calm and steady, and gave a faint nod. Show em what you got. His voice was low, but carried weight. Levi's aura sensors flickered to life, glowing faintly at the tips. The instant Naruto gave the word, Levi exploded into motion. Aura sensors glowing, he rushed Charmeleon head-on, closing the distance in a blur of speed and precision. Force palm. Naruto called out. Levi's palm lit up with shimmering energy, and with a sharp strike to the chest, he drove it straight into Charmeleon's ribs. The fire-type grunted, stumbling back, clearly stunned by the sudden blow. But Levi wasn't done. With a twist of his body, he snatched Charmeleon's claws mid-recoil, pivoted with surprising torque, and circle throw. The Riolu hurled Charmeleon over his shoulder, slamming it into the sand with a crash that echoed across the beach. A gasp went up from the sidelines as Charmeleon's back hit the ground hard, sending up a spray of sand and knocking the wind from its lungs. Charmeleon. Get up now. Sasuke barked, eyes narrowing. But Levi was already in the air. Aura flaring. Palm charged again. He came down like a missile, aiming a second force palm directly at Charmeleon's midsection. At the very last second, Charmeleon rolled hard to the side, barely avoiding the full blow. But the impact of Levi's strike shook the ground, a shockwave bursting from the point of contact and sending clumps of sand erupting into the air. The entire field was blinded in a sudden cloud of dust and grit. Even Kiba shielded his eyes. What the hell kind of power is that? Shino calmly tilted his head behind his raised sleeve. Aura, focused through impact. Highly efficient. Up on the ledge, Korona and Lucario were leaning forward now, truly watching. The sand began to settle. And when it did, Levi was already resetting his stance, eyes locked on his opponent, ready for whatever came next. The air was thick with dust, the battlefield drowned in swirling sand kicked up from Levi's brutal force palm. For a heartbeat everything was silent. Then. Flamethrower. Sasuke's voice rang out. Through the murky cloud, Charmeleon roared, its chest expanding before it unleashed a raging stream of fire. The searing heat cut through the sandstorm, incinerating the airborne particles and blowing the remaining cloud away with a roar of heat and light. The battlefield was visible again. And Charmeleon was already on the move. Dragon Claw go! Sasuke snapped. Charmeleon's claws glowed with an intense green energy, stretching and sharpening into brutal, curved blades of draconic force. It lunged. Fire still trailing from its mouth, claws raised to tear through Levi's guard. But Naruto was ready. Thunder Punch double up. Levi's fists ignited with pure electricity crackling, arcing, burning with golden aura as he leapt to meet Charmeleon midair. Their bodies collided in the center of the field. Dragon Claw versus Dual Thunder Punches. Claw met fist. Sparks met flame. And the explosion of energy that followed sent a shockwave rippling across the beach, sand exploding outward in a perfect ring as both Pokemon were launched backward from the impact. Both slid in the sand, breathing hard, digging in to recover. Equal damage. Equal force. But neither one backed down. From above, Korona grinned, arms folded tighter across her chest. Now that's a clash. Her Lucario's eyes narrowed with a flicker of approval. From the sideline, Thor leaned forward slightly, a half-eaten berry in his paw, watching his brother in arms with glowing eyes. He wasn't missing a second of it. Levi surged in, aiming to capitalize on his speed. But Sasuke's eyes were already tracking him. His voice cut through the roar of flames. Blind him. Now. Charmeleon didn't hesitate. With a sudden, brutal motion, it kicked a clump of sand directly into Levi's face, gritty, coarse, and perfectly aimed. The grains pelted his eyes and sensors, blinding him instantly. Levi grunted, stumbling back mid-sprint, disoriented. And in that vulnerable moment, Charmeleon spun hard, tail glowing with ember trail heat, and cracked Levi across the jaw with a vicious whip of its tail, sending him tumbling across the sand. Naruto clenched his fist. DMN it. Stay sharp, Levi. Levi dug his heels in mid-roll, skidding to a stop, gasping slightly, blinking rapidly to clear his eyes. His aura sensors twitched erratically from the sand caught in them, blurring his aura perception temporarily. But even as he staggered, he didn't fall. Across the field, Charmeleon let out a growl, eyes glowing with smug heat, ready to finish it. But Levi's stance dropped low again. Unshaken. Levi stumbled back, one paw over his face, the other flailing as he frantically tried to rub the sand out of his eyes. His breathing was uneven, sharp and shallow, a flicker of panic starting to creep into his movements. The grains burned against his aura sensors, blinding him both physically and spiritually. On the sidelines, Naruto didn't move. He just closed his eyes, letting his bangs fall forward to shade his face. Then calmly, quietly he reached out with his mind. Levi. The Riolu froze. He could feel it. That steady, familiar presence, Naruto's voice, not in his ears, but in his mind. You're all right. Naruto's tone was gentle but firm, unwavering. Don't fight it. Just breathe. Remember what we practiced. You don't need your eyes. Levi's shoulders slowly relaxed. His paw dropped from his face. He stopped moving. Stopped panicking. And then he felt it. The world returned not through sight, but through aura. Heat. Motion. Intention. He could feel the pulse of Charmeleon's fire. The weight of its stance. The flicker of its next move, half-formed. He didn't need his eyes anymore. From the sidelines, Thor sat up straighter, sparks bristling quietly along his fur. Above, Lucario's gaze narrowed, sensing the shift, respect glinting behind red eyes. Korona's expression changed for the first time. He found it, she murmured. Levi crouched low again, aura sensors glowing brighter now, not with pain, but precision. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't have to. He had locked on. From the sideline, Naruto's gaze sharpened, his expression calm, but focused. For just a flicker of a second, his blue eyes gleamed brighter than usual, like light catching water. No one noticed the glow. But Levi did. Their connection hummed, a thread of thought carried on aura alone. Get in close. Naruto's voice slipped into Levi's mind like a breeze, clear, direct. Then sweep the leg. Low kick. Throw him off balance before he can retaliate. Levi burst forward, closing the distance between them in a blink, his eyes still closed, his movements flowing. Like water guided by pure aura. Before Charmeleon could react, Levi dropped low and swept its legs out with a sharp low kick. Charmeleon yowled, staggering as its footing gave out, tail flame flaring wildly. Get up. Sasuke snapped. Double Dragon Claw now. Charmeleon roared, claws igniting with twin arcs of glowing green energy as it lunged forward, slashing down in a brutal cross-attack. But Levi, he didn't flinch. He moved calmly, not just reacting but anticipating. Unseen by anyone else, Naruto's voice threading directly into Levi's thoughts. Block. Right side, catch the angle and deflect. He shifted his weight and brought up his forearms, catching the first claw with a precise block, deflecting the angle. The second slash came harder from above. Levi spun and ducked, just beneath it, the energy crackling over his ears as he slid past the strike cleanly. Not one wasted motion. Everyone watching went silent. Kiba's jaw dropped. He blocked both. With his paws. Shino's eyes followed every movement. No panic. No hesitation. Perfect control. Up above, Korona smiled, her gaze focused. Her Lucario's ears twitched slightly, red eyes glinting in approval. That guy's no beginner. She muttered just loud enough to hear herself. Levi stood firm, aura sensors still glowing, eyes still closed, but he was completely locked in. And Charmeleon? Now it was the one backing up. Sasuke's composure cracked. His voice was sharper now, tinted with frustration and pride colliding. Charmeleon overheat. Wipe the DMN field. Charmeleon roared with fury, its entire body igniting in a blinding surge of fire, the flame on its tail flaring into a blazing inferno. It reared back and let loose a cataclysmic blast of scorching heat, the attack roaring forward in a sweeping arc. Half the beach was engulfed in flames. Sand turned black. Smoke hissed upward. The dunes sizzled with burnt craters and blistered heat trails. For a moment, nothing moved. No sound but the crackle of flame licking across the battlefield. Kiba flinched. There's no way he took that and stayed standing. Shino, silent, adjusted his stance. Watching. Still calculating. Korona narrowed her eyes. Lucario beside her shifted its footing. Even Sasuke let out a short breath, exhaling as Charmeleon lowered its arms. It's over. Then a burst of sand exploded behind one of the scorched dunes. Wah! Levi launched out like a spring-loaded jack-in-the-box, fur singed at the edges, but eyes locked in, focused. The aura around his paw lit up, blazing with righteous force. He struck. A direct force palm to Charmeleon's jaw. A brutal, snapping impact that lifted the fire-type's head and knocked it off balance, stumbling back as its eyes glazed in shock. It wasn't just an attack. It was payback. For the tail. For the sand. For trying to bury him in flames. And this time, Levi didn't flinch. Charmeleon hit the ground with a hard thud, coughing smoke from its mouth as the dust began to settle again. The tide had turned. Again. Sasuke clenched his fists as Charmeleon staggered back from the force palm to the jaw, eyes wide, breath ragged. Its chest heaved, and the flame on its tail sputtered, dimming, but still burning. Pathetic. Fire blast, burn him out. Charmeleon roared through clenched jaws, but the damage from Levi's strike was clear. The blast that erupted from its mouth was distorted, less focused, weaker than before. The flames twisted mid-air, still dangerous, but not the same devastating power from earlier. A last gasp of pride. Naruto's eyes flicked forward. And he didn't need to shout. He just said it, low and even. Get close. Levi moved instantly. He darted forward, flipping low beneath the flames, the tips of the fire liking just behind him. Front flops. Rolls. A spinning side vault off a mound of blackened sand. His acrobatic evasion was flawless, his movements a dance of instinct and aura-guided clarity. He never hesitated. Never looked back. He knew what Naruto was thinking before the command even fully formed. Levi launched himself into the air, a perfect arc, high above the battlefield, silhouetted briefly against the smoke-filled sky. His aura sensors pulsed once, bright, sharp, determined. He was ready to end it. Charmeleon looked up, eyes wide. Too late. But Naruto had already seen it coming. And this time, he didn't say it calmly. He shouted it sharp and clear. Levi, Aura Sphere. Time seemed to stop. Kiba blinked. Aura Sphere. What? That's. He turned, jaw dropping. Naruto, are you crazy? A Ryolu can't use that move. You're either lying or. And then he went silent. So did everyone else. Because they saw it. A blue light surged. In mid-air, Levi's aura sensors flared with intense energy as a brilliant sphere of pure aura began forming between his small paws, unstable at first, then solidifying, crackling, humming, radiating raw power. A full aura sphere. Kiba nearly fell backward. No way. Shino's mouth parted slightly. He shouldn't be able to do that. Up on the rail, Korona stepped forward, stunned. Her Lucario's eyes widened, ears twitching, clearly in awe. Naruto's grin curved, fierce and certain. Then hit them with everything they never saw coming. Levi roared, a sound deeper than his small body should have allowed. He raised the massive orb above his head, muscles trembling under the magnitude of it. Then, with perfect timing, he hurled it forward, the aura sphere tearing across the beach like a blue comet. Charmeleon's eyes were wide, already too late to dodge. The impact was instant. The explosion rocked the shoreline, sand blasting into the air in a wide ring, a deep shockwave flattening the dunes. A bright blue light filled the sky for just a second, then faded into a slow, glowing mist. Silence. Smoke. The entire battlefield still. Then slowly. Charmeleon's form collapsed in the crater left behind, unconscious. Levi stood at the edge of the blast zone, chest rising and falling, aura flickering softly around him. Sasuke's jaw was tight, fists clenched at his sides. He said nothing at first. Just pulled out Charmeleon's pokeball with a swift flick and recalled it in a flash of red light. Then, cold and sharp. You should be ashamed. Couldn't even finish a half-trained Ryolu. He snapped the ball back to his belt and turned away, lips pressed into a thin line of frustration and disbelief. From the sidelines, the silence finally shattered. Kiba's voice cracked. What the hell did we just witness? Aura Sphere. Shino said, still staring at the scorched field. From a Ryolu. That shouldn't be possible. Even. Bystanders on the beach who had been watching started whispering loudly, disbelief rippling like a wave. Did that really just happen? Ryolu aren't supposed to do that. That was amazing. On the cliffside railing, Korona let out a soft laugh, equal parts awe and disbelief. Her arms were crossed tight but her eyes shone. He didn't just break expectations. He demolished them. At her side, Lucario gave a single, slow nod, eyes still locked on Levi, the faintest flicker of admiration in their red glow. Levi stood silently, the aura around his body slowly fading, but the fire in his heart is still burning bright. As the crowd's awe buzzed faintly in the background, Naruto stepped through the scorched field toward his partner. The scent of ash, salt, and something electric lingered in the air. Levi stood waiting, wobbling just a little now that the adrenaline had faded, his aura slowly dimming, but his spirit still blazing. Naruto dropped to one knee, right in front of him. He didn't say anything at first. Just met Levi's gaze, his little fighter, still catching his breath, still glowing with pride and exhaustion. Naruto gently rested his hand on Levi's head, ruffling his fur with quiet care. Then he whispered, low but steady. "I'm proud of you. Not because you won." His voice tightened just a little warmer. More personal. But because you stood tall when it mattered. You didn't run. You believed. That's what makes you strong. Levi's ears flicked. He blinked once, then leaned into Naruto's hand, eyes closing not from exhaustion, but from peace. A soft breath escaped him. He didn't need words either. As Naruto stood up from Levi's side, brushing sand from his cloak, Sasuke's voice cut through the lingering silence, cool, sharp, and still simmering with frustration. "Enjoy your little miracle, Uzumaki. Don't count on getting lucky twice." Naruto turned, eyes narrowing. His mouth opened, already forming a comeback. But before he could get a word out. "Oh. My. Arcus." A blur of white and red whipped into the scene, kicking up a breeze as Korona practically skated across the sand, arms thrown wide in excitement. "That was incredible. That was the most exciting battle I've seen all week, and believe me, I see a lot of battles." She landed perfectly on the ball of her skates, her long ponytail bouncing behind her as she beamed at Naruto and Levi. "Aura sphere. From a Riolu. You guys wow. Just. Wow." Her Lucario calmly padded behind her, eyes trained on Levi with visible respect, giving him a subtle nod. Naruto blinked, slightly caught off guard, but couldn't help the small grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Thanks? How the hell did she get over here so fast?" His expression stayed level, just a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth, but inside? He was absolutely freaking out. Korona pumped her fist with pure enthusiasm. "No, seriously, you two inspired me. That was the kind of bond trainers dream about." Without hesitation, she held out her gloved hand to Naruto, beaming. "Name's Korona. And this is my partner, Lucario." Lucario gave a respectful nod. "You've got to tell me what's your name." Naruto blinked, a little thrown by the sudden whirlwind of energy, but took her hand firmly. "Naruto. And this guy here," he looked to Levi, who stood proud but quiet, "is Levi." Korona gave his hand a firm shake, grinning wider. "Well, Naruto and Levi, you two rocked that field out there." She looked back at her Lucario. "Did you see how clean his movement was? That aura control." Lucario gave another calm nod, eyes glinting with something very close to approval. Levi, still standing at Naruto's side, blinked slowly as a breeze kicked up another bit of sand from the scorched battlefield. The wind stung lightly at his face, and he turned slightly, rubbing at his cheek with one paw, trying not to show the discomfort. Korona caught it instantly. "Oh, hold on," she said, reaching into her skirt pocket. She pulled out a small, neatly folded handkerchief, white with a simple red trim and a faint Pokeball insignia stitched in one corner. She held it out not to Naruto, but directly toward Levi. "For your partner," she added with a grin. "Can't have an MVP fighter that's sharp looking anything less than his best." Naruto gave a soft chuckle and nodded as he accepted it on Levi's behalf. "Thanks." He knelt, gently patting Levi's cheek and helping him clean the sand from his fur with care. Levi stood still, quietly grateful, ears twitching faintly at the gentleness of the gesture. After shaking Naruto's hand and giving Levi one more look of admiration, Korona glanced sideways, eyes landing on the quiet, sharp-eyed teen standing a few paces away. Her smile didn't falter. "And you," she said, skating over with a graceful turn. "You're Sasuke, right? I overheard your name earlier." Sasuke didn't respond right away. His arms remained crossed, expression unreadable. Korona nodded toward the recently returned Pokeball on his belt. "That Charmeleon of yours was intense." Her voice carried genuine respect. "Those Dragon Claw counters were no joke. You've got great control and power behind them." Sasuke's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He gave a quiet grunt. "Humph." Korona just chuckled, brushing it off like nothing. "Strong and quiet. Got it." She turned back toward Naruto and the others, still brimming with energy. Off to the side, Kiba straightened up quickly, suddenly running a hand through his hair and flashing his best smile. "Hey there, you're Korona, right? You're kind of amazing. And, really cute too, actually." Korona didn't even pause. She smiled closed-eyed, cheerful, and completely sidestepping his approach in one graceful roll past him. "Nice to meet you too," she sang without breaking stride. Kiba stood there, one hand still mid-gesture, blinking. "That I think I got curved in 3 different directions." Shino muttered without looking up. 4. Back in front of Naruto stood up, folding the handkerchief neatly and holding it back out to Korona. "Thanks. I'll make sure it's clean." But Korona shook her head, stepping back slightly with a grin. "Nah. Keep it." Her eyes flicked from Naruto to Levi. "It suits your team better than it ever did my pocket." Naruto blinked, surprised but gave her a small nod of gratitude, tucking it into his satchel. Korona leaned forward slightly, eyes still gleaming. "I have to know more about you too," Korona said, smiling, hands on her hips, still glowing from excitement. "Seriously, you all should come to the Tower of Mastery. It's not far from here. I'd love to introduce you to the gym leader, and Lucario's been really eager to meet other aura users too." Her Lucario gave a respectful nod toward Levi, who was now standing quietly beside Naruto, still catching his breath, but steady. Naruto tilted his head. "Tower of Mastery, huh?" He gave a faint grin. "Funny. That's actually what we came here for. I'm here for the gym challenge." Sasuke scoffed lightly, folding his arms. "When I went by, the place was locked. It didn't say when or if anyone was coming back." His tone was clipped. Dismissive. His tone wasn't accusing, but it had that icy edge, like he thought the whole thing was a waste of time. Shino spoke quietly from beside him, voice as neutral as ever. "Will anyone be arriving there soon, then?" Korona blinked then winced slightly, rubbing the back of her head with a sheepish smile. Yeah, sorry about that." She gave a slight bow. The gym leader was gone, scouting along the coast. Let's just say they don't always keep the most predictable schedule. She gave a playful spin on her wheels. "But hey, you're in luck. They're back now." She skated backward a few feet, flashing a grin. "Come on. I'll show you the way." She didn't say it outright. But the way her Lucario stayed at her side silent, watchful, and the way her eyes lit up when she looked at Naruto and Levi, there was definitely more to her than just an excited skater girl. Before any of the teens could reply, a sharp buzzing sound came from Korona's wrist. She glanced down at her watch just as the screen lit up with the furious face of an older man, his voice blaring through the speaker before she could even greet him. "Korona. The Shaller Pokemon contest starts today. You still need to do your part, and you're still not there." She flinched hard, nearly wobbling on her skates. Oh crap. I totally forgot." With a sheepish laugh, she bowed quickly to the group. "I'm so sorry, I've gotta run." She rifled through her pocket and scrawled something on a notepad, ripping it off and pressing it into Naruto's hand. "That's my number. And seriously, don't forget what we talked about. Come to the tower. I meant it. With that, she spun on her wheels, Lucario gliding silently behind her, and sped off down the coastal path. Her voice trailed back on the wind. I'll be waiting. The silence that followed was brief but loaded. Then. Did she just? Kiba's voice cracked with disbelief. He turned to Naruto, pointing. She gave you her number. Are you kidding me? Naruto blinked, still holding the note. That I think she yelled at me and gave me homework. Shino spoke flatly. You were not the focus of her excitement, Kiba. Yeah, Kiba groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Believe me, I noticed. The soft chime of a Pokenav ringing interrupted the moment. Shino calmly answered, lifting it to his ear. A familiar, slightly bored voice came through on speaker. Finally. Took you long enough to pick up, Shino. It was Shikamaru. Hey. Where are you guys? Hinata's been trying to call. She's already at the contest and can't get through to anyone. Kiba immediately tensed. What? We forgot. He slapped his forehead and groaned. We were supposed to cheer her on. Crap, Shino, we've got a motor. But Shikamaru wasn't done. Also Sasuke. A pause. You need to show up, too. Sakura said if you skip out, she's gonna tell Ino about that very special phone call your mom had with you. Another pause, then Shikamaru added dryly. Something about a stuffed Lillipup and the ear came off. LOL, he has a stuffed animal doll, XD. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He glared absolute daggers at the Pokenav like it had personally insulted him. Without a word, he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned, heading down the path into the city. Sasuke froze mid-step, eyes going wide for half a second before his glare turned murderous. Kiba howled with laughter, following. No. Way. Sasuke growled something under his breath and shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, storming ahead in stiff silence. Kiba jogged after him, still snickering. You named it Sir Barkington or something, didn't you? He jogged after him, motioning for Shino to follow. Shino, ever composed, turned back to Naruto. He gave a small, respectful bow. Take care, Naruto. We'll meet again. Then he walked off, quiet and unhurried, leaving the blonde teen standing alone on the sun-warmed beach. The wind tugged at Naruto's cloak as he stood quietly at the edge of the beach, watching the others disappear into the distance. For a few moments, he just listened to the surf, the breeze, and the familiar silence his team gave him when words weren't needed. Toru rested behind him, coiled loosely near the rocks, her shimmering blue scales catching the fading sunlight. Levi sat beside him, calm now, his aura sensors flickering faintly as if echoing the stillness. Thor, stretched out with his arms behind his head, cracked open one eye, sparking lazily. Naruto smiled. You all did well. He crouched down and gently tapped Toru's snout, earning a low rumble of appreciation from the shiny salamence. After a moment longer, he stood, returning them all one by one a quiet flash of red light, a click of closure, and a whispered word of thanks. Then he turned toward the city. The streets buzzed with life trainer chatter, contest banners, sweet smells from bakeries, and the golden glow of the afternoon sun spilling through the plaza. Naruto moved with purpose, stopping at a small Pokemon boutique tucked beside a flower stall. His first stop was a familiar one, the supply shop, tucked between a smoothie cart and a poke puff vendor. He moved through the aisles efficiently, restocking essentials: full heals, super potions, a few revives, and a fresh pack of Orin-infused balm for bruising. His fingers paused briefly over a compact escape rope kit, then added it to the stack without a word. At checkout, he grabbed one more item: a small pouch of brightly colored sweet macarons, the kind a certain small Pokemon on his team couldn't resist. Also inside, he browsed until he found them rare, star-shaped cupcake treats made from salted kelpsie berry and tamato berries. Toru's favorite from their travels. He picked up a bag, paid quietly, and tucked it into his satchel with a small nod. For later, he murmured to himself. By the time he stepped outside into the sunset glow, Hikari had already poked her head out from under his cloak, blinking at the scent of sugar. Naruto glanced down at her with a grin. "Yeah, I got your snacks too." She chirped, pleased, and floated up to snatch a couple of brightly colored sweet macarons, nibbling on them eagerly with puffed cheeks and bright eyes. After a minute, her chewing slowed, and she let out a tiny, satisfied sigh. Then, with the last crumb tucked away, she floated down and slid beneath the back of Naruto's cloak, curling up against his shoulder blades like a warm ember, resting quietly in the folds of fabric. He reached back and patted her softly, fingers brushing over the fabric just above where she rested. "Still tired, huh?" he murmured. He didn't blame her. That battle in Reflection Cave had pushed her hard. She'd burned bright. Fought fiercely. Now, she just needed time. "Rest up," he added, his voice quiet. "You've earned it." He just kept walking. Ahead, contest music drifted from the plaza speakers, the banner flapping lightly in the breeze. Shalar City Pokemon Contest, starts at 4 p.m. He shifted the bag of supplies higher on his arms and smirked faintly. Then headed off at a jog. To cheer on Hinata.